Chapter 1923. Staring at Lin Tian, Divine King Qian Tu's eyes were cold. In the blink of an eye, he reformed his body, and new blood souls appeared outside his body. Strands of evil blood qi circled around him. Thousands of souls roared, and their voices shook the sky. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Bolts of purple lightning struck down from the sky as he stared coldly at Divine King Qian Tuesday. In the next moment, he moved. With the lightning in the sky, he went straight for Divine King Qian Tuesday. Soul devour! Divine King Qian Tu roared. Like Divine King Dark World, after suffering a great loss at Lin Tian's hands, his killing intent became very strong. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light. He used the yin-yang steps and left after images in the sky as he waved the Ling Tian sword scripture. In an instant, the clanging of the sword was very ear-piercing. A large amount of sword light slashed toward Divine King Qian Tuesday. Swish, swish, swish. There were soft sounds, accompanied by blood mist. One after another, the hideous blood souls were shattered by him. These souls had been refined into puppets and killing tools by Divine King Qian Tuesday. They had lost their sense of self and even the so-called reincarnation possibility. They could only be killed. Wiping them out was to free them from their torment. Attack together. Let's end this quickly. Divine King Dong Ao said. A divine king weapon rushed out from his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he used a powerful divine law. Divine King! Divine King Lan Shao said. As soon as the two words came out, dense, strange runes appeared around him. Every rune was mixed with an aura that could suppress all things. At the same time, a divine king weapon rushed out from his body and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other divine kings attacked together. They each took out their divine king weapons and used their divine laws. In an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard as the 6 god kings attacked Lin Tian together. They all displayed their divine Tao, laws, and god king weapons. Moreover, the bloodline fluctuations around their bodies were extremely powerful. All sorts of unfathomable divine abilities were displayed one after another. These bastards, they're really attacking together. Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. He was angry and worried at the same time. This was because the 6 god kings before him were truly terrifying. They all possessed the ability to look down on the god king realm. Even little Tai Chu stared at the battlefield without blinking. There was a hint of worry in his big eyes. He was worried about Lin Tian. Boom! In front of them, divine power was rolling on the battlefield. The firmament was trembling, and layers of dark clouds were condensing. It was as if a calamity had occurred in this place. Space was collapsing, and the earth was caving in. The scene was terrifying. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. A large amount of sword light was shattered by the 6 people's majestic aura, and he was blasted back dozens of feet. After stabilizing his body, the blood and qi in his body surged, and a wisp of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Previously, because he had attacked Divine King Thousand Slaughter, he had taken a round of attacks from Divine King of Darkness and the other 4. He had already suffered serious injuries. At this moment, the 6 of them released an even sharper killing aura that pressed down on him, causing his injuries to worsen. However, even so, his expression did not change in the slightest. It was still cold and indifferent. Even if the 6 of you come at me together, you won't be able to do anything to me, he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a boom. He used the Thunder Divine Path and Nature Divine Path at the same time. He used the Thunder Divine Path and the 5 Thunder Sky Shock incantation to activate the power of the 9 heavens Divine Thunder. He used the Nature Divine Path and the Dragon Burial Scripture to activate the killing light of the dragon patterns that filled the sky. The space within a radius of a few hundred feet was completely enveloped in his attack. Bang! 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 6 muffled groans were heard. Divine King Thousand Slaughter, and the other 5 were all blasted back by his attack. The 6 great divine kings' expressions froze. They became very pale and even colder. The 6 of them were known as the Supreme Divine Kings in the Void World. However, now the 6 of them were besieging an early-stage divine king from the lower world. Yet they were all blasted back by his attack. Boom! Rolling divine power vibrated. The aura outside the 6 of them became even more terrifying and stronger. The divine Tao precepts were activated even more strongly. Their bloodline aura was burning like divine fire. It was extremely frightening. As soon as this aura was released, it was as if 6 destructive waves were pressing toward Lin Tian. It was very frightening. Chi, chi, chi. Lin Tian's divine power was shattered by the attacks of the 6 great divine kings in the blink of an eye. Then, the divine path and divine power of the 6 arrived again. They were very fast and pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian used the divining divine skill. He created one divining divine elephant after another and faced the divine power of the 6 divine kings at the same time. Suppress! The Eastern Pride divine king pressed forward. Dense runes intertwined around him. As suppress word appeared, emitting a bright divine light. It was as if it could suppress everything. It pressed down toward Lin Tian's head, wanting to suppress Lin Tian on the spot. At the same time, the others used even more powerful divine skills. They also used their divine weapons to the extreme. Together with their divine skills, they attacked Lin Tian from several different directions. They did not give Lin Tian a chance to dodge at all. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. Under the ferocious attacks of the 6 people, the blood and qi in his body churned even more violently. Cracks involuntarily appeared on his body, as if he would be directly shattered by the killing power of the 6 people in the next moment. However, his expression did not change. He was still cold and indifferent. Buzz! The divine light was extremely dense. The immortal Emperor Pagoda flew out from his body. It was covered with thunder imprints and exuded a domineering and majestic aura. When it appeared, it annihilated the void in all directions. It crushed the divine power and secret skills of the 6 people. Then, without slowing down, it crashed into the divine, king precious weapons of the 6 people. Crack! 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 3 crisp sounds were heard immediately. The divine king weapons of godly king Luo Han, godly king Qian Tu, and godly king of darkness shattered. They could not withstand the slight graze of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. They shattered into pieces and fell from the void. The 3 godly kings were shocked and furious. These were pinnacle divine king weapons that they had spent a lot of effort to forge. However, Lin Tian had destroyed them just like that. This was a huge loss to them. Then, in the next moment, the 3 of them were shocked again when they saw the immortal Emperor Pagoda that flew out from Lin Tian's body. Primordial Mother Qi. It's so dense. Forged from the legendary primordial heavenly crystal. The 3 of them were shocked. At the same time, the other 3 godly kings were shocked as well. They stared straight at the immortal Emperor Pagoda that Lin Tian had taken out. That's right. Only the legendary primordial heavenly crystal can manifest such dense primordial Mother Qi. An ant from the lower domain can actually find the primordial heavenly crystal. The 6 of them were shocked. The primordial heavenly crystal was the legendary ultimate divine material for forging divine weapons in the heaven of nothingness. It was priceless. Chapter 1924. A treasure forged from primordial heavenly crystal was, without a doubt, extremely valuable. The 6 supreme gods were shocked. With a rumble, 6 waves of divine energy surged, stronger than before, pressing down on Lin Tian from different directions. The primordial heavenly crystal can be divided. Let's take it and divide it equally, then forge our own origin weapons. Supreme God Luo Han said. The other 5 nodded, and their divine energy became even stronger. Supreme God King Dong Ao, Supreme God King He Yen, and Supreme God King Lan Shao activated their weapons to the maximum. Lin Tian's expression was cold and fearless. With a step, the immortal Emperor Pagoda moved, and the thunderous divine energy shook the surroundings. Crack! With a crisp sound, the immortal Emperor Pagoda crashed into the Supreme God King Lan Zhao's weapon, shattering it instantly. As his origin source weapon, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was forged from Hongmeng heavenly crystals. Moreover, it had been baptized by heavenly tribulations time and time again. Moreover, it was constantly nourished by the power of faith. Naturally, it was extremely powerful. Normally, he wouldn't need to summon the immortal Emperor Pagoda to deal with ordinary enemies. However, the 6 people in front of him were truly extraordinary. Each of them was very powerful. Facing these 6 people together, he had no choice but to summon the immortal Emperor Pagoda and use his origin source weapon to attack. Crack! With another crisp sound, the immortal Emperor Pagoda crashed into the Supreme God King He Yan's weapon, shattering it instantly. Then the immortal Emperor Pagoda shifted, crushing the Supreme God King Lan Zhao's weapon, turning it into scraps. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Supreme God King Dong Ao, Supreme God King He Yan, and Supreme God King Lan Shao. Their hearts ached when their weapons were destroyed, but they did not say anything. They only looked at the immortal Emperor Pagoda with burning eyes and released even stronger divine energy and bloodline power. As long as they could seize the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the destruction of their weapons would not be a big deal. The other 3 Supreme God Kings' attacks were not weak either. With the 6 of them working together, 6 types of bloodline power surged, and it was very frightening. Lin Tian was unafraid. The immortal Emperor Pagoda shook, and the lightning markings on it seemed to come alive. They intertwined with each other, and a divine and holy aura of faith spread out, pressing down on the divine might of the 6. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds rang out. The divine powers that the divine King of Darkness and the others had conjured were immediately crushed by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. The might of lightning and the might of faith surged out together, turning into 6 ripples that spread out in all directions. It was like a divine power storm that could destroy anything in its path. In the blink of an eye, the divine King of Darkness and the others were all blasted away, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Good, good, good. As expected of something forged from grand mist, heavenly crystals. The Eastern Proud Supreme being wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the immortal Emperor Pagoda with a burning gaze. In the next moment, an even more intimidating divine light rushed out of his body. Divine Tao laws appeared, the power of his bloodline appeared, and a strange phenomenon appeared in his sea of consciousness. 3 different kinds of power surrounded him, making him seem like an ancient god had descended. At the same time, the other 5 divine kings did not hold back at all. They attacked with all their might, using all sorts of techniques. Immediately, 6 even more terrifying divine might surged. Rolling dark clouds appeared in the sky, and bolts of lightning intertwined. It was as if the end of the world was about to arrive. This aura, in the distance, Wuxing Crocodile's heart palpitated. The aura that the divine King of Darkness and the others were emitting now was much stronger than before. Yeah, little Taichu made a sound, looking at the battlefield ahead. There was some worry in its big eyes. In the battlefield, Lin Tian naturally sensed how powerful the aura that the 6 of them were emitting now. Even though he had conjured the immortal Emperor Pagoda, his spirit could not help but tremble. He sensed a great threat. Boom! There was an earth-shattering rumble. The divine King of Darkness and the other 5 pressed over. 6 types of bloodline powers, 6 strange phenomena in their sea of consciousness, and a dozen types of exquisite divine Tao laws pressed down together, trapping Lin Tian within. Lin Tian held the immortal Emperor Pagoda and fought the 6 divine kings head-on. He unleashed his divine techniques one after another, clashing with the divine techniques of the 6 divine kings. Bang! With a dull thud, he was struck in the chest by the divine king of darkness and was sent flying. At the same time, the attacks of the other 5 divine kings landed on him, almost shattering his reincarnated divine body. Bright red blood floated in the air. He felt a heart-wrenching pain in his body, and because of that he felt even more how terrifying the 6 of them were. They were truly incomparable to ordinary divine kings. All of them had the ability to dominate the divine king realm. He used the sun's nirvana art to protect himself. The immortal Emperor Pagoda shone brightly, and the might of lightning and faith surged. A wave of lightning and the light of faith rippled out like water ripples, but the aura was very frightening. It shattered the divine power of the 6 divine kings who were chasing after him and bombarded the glabella of the 6 of them. Humph! The divine king of darkness's eyes were cold. Stars revolved around him, shattering the waves of lightning and faith as they pressed down on Lin Tian again. At the same time, the other 5 divine kings also shattered the waves of lightning and faith that were pressing down on them and continued their attacks. For a moment, the divine Tao of the 6 divine kings rumbled, and the power of their bloodlines intertwined. They were like 6 peerless divine emperors. Lin Tian used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to fight, but he was knocked back from time to time. The divine might that the 6 divine kings were exuding at this moment was too powerful. However, his expression did not change much. In the next moment, with a boom, the nameless Tao law surged out of his body. The reincarnation portrait rushed up and fused with the other 2 divine Taos. In the blink of an eye, the most powerful divine Tao reincarnation portrait was formed. As this powerful divine Tao reincarnation portrait appeared, an even more vast and majestic aura appeared. It was peerless and intimidating. He used the divine Tao reincarnation portrait together with the immortal Emperor Pagoda to attack. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood, but his aura became unparalleled. In an instant, he shattered the divine might mystic techniques of the 6 divine kings, and his divine might suppressed the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. 6 muffled groans were heard consecutively, bringing with them 6 bright red pools of blood. The 6 divine kings were all sent flying. I already said that the 6 of you can't do anything to me even if you work together, he said coldly, holding the divine Tao reincarnation portrait and driving the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He pressed down on the 6 divine kings again. Don't be so arrogant. Do you think we will lose to a mere divine king from the lower domain if we work together? Impossible. The 6 divine kings' eyes were sharp and their voices were cold. They used various great Tao divine techniques, one after another. With a boom, this place turned into a sea of killing in the blink of an eye. The void collapsed, the ground sank, and the firmament trembled. Lin Tian fought the 6 divine kings. Using all his techniques, he sent the 6 divine kings flying again and again. However, the 6 divine kings were not weak either. They were terrifyingly powerful and far from ordinary divine kings. Their various techniques were exquisite. While they were injured time and time again, they also injured Lin Tian time and time again. 7 different kinds of blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, the 7 divine kings fought fiercely. More than 6 hours had passed. More than 6 hours had passed. Within a radius of 10,000 zhang, the ground had sunk by at least a few dozen zhang, and the void was broken beyond recognition. Lin Tian's face was extremely pale at this time. He had suffered extremely serious injuries. However, the 6 divine kings opposite him were even worse. They were all covered in blood, and their auras had become very chaotic. You have lost. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood, and his voice was cold. He took a step forward, bringing with him a storm of divine might that sent the 6 divine kings flying. P.S. About that, in yesterday's chapter 1915, The dragon was muddle-headed and wrote that there were 7 enemy divine kings. There was a mistake here. It should have been 6. There was still one who had not arrived at the ancient site. However, this mistake has now been corrected on the internet. It was the 6 of them who caused inconvenience to our brothers and sisters. Please forgive them. Chapter 1925. Divine King of Darkness and the rest were sent flying as they coughed out blood. Their auras became chaotic and they were extremely weak. How is this possible? The 6 of them looked pale, and their chests rose and fell violently. They could not believe that the 6 of them, who were known as supreme divine kings in the void world, could not defeat an early-stage divine king from the lower world when the 6 of them worked together. I don't believe it. Divine King Luohan roared. The 3-colored light floated and swept towards Lin Tian. It was mixed with his soul energy. There was no doubt that it was a superpower, and it was terrifying. At the same time, the other 5 divine kings attacked together. Naturally, they did not want to believe that they could not defeat Lin Tian even if they worked together. They used their super divine skills again. With a rumble, 6 divine skills surged. The destructive aura was terrifying as they attacked Lin Tian from 6 different directions. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He did not dodge and closed in on the 6 of them. He pushed the Chaos Emperor fist to its limit. Dong! There was a loud sound accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The 6 divine kings were sent flying again. Their divine bodies were tattered. At the same time, Lin Tian's Taoist body swayed slightly. His face turned paler. The blood in his body surged. Blood flowed from his mouth and dyed his chest red. However, he did not stop and continued to close in on the 6 of them. In the distance, the 6 divine kings who were sent flying stabilized themselves. Divine light surged as they healed their injured bodies with difficulty. Seeing Lin Tian close in, their faces turned ghastly. Retreat! One of them gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Another person said, the situation was terrible. If they continued to fight, they would be in trouble. Without any hesitation, the 6 of them glanced at Lin Tian coldly and turned to flee. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he chased after them. However, he had only taken 3 steps before he stopped, and more blood gushed out of his mouth. Fighting against 6 great divine kings by himself. Although he had forcefully suppressed the 6 of them, he had also suffered extremely serious injuries. His divine power had almost dried up at this time, so wanting to catch up to the 6 of them and kill them was not really possible. You're quite strong when you're escaping. He stood where he was and looked in the direction the 6 of them had fled. He took a deep breath and used the sun's nirvana art to heal himself. At this moment, his clothes were dyed in blood, and his face was extremely pale. There were even many places on his body that had cracks that were flowing with blood. It would be difficult for him to completely heal in a short amount of time. It was also at this time that Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu flashed over. "Brat, how is it?" Wuxing Crocodile asked with furrowed brows. It had not seen Lin Tian suffer such heavy injuries in a battle with a cultivator of the same realm as him. It had not seen such a scene in a long time. Little Taichu asked Lin Tian with concern. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious." Lin Tian Dao. He was severely injured at the moment, but it was not life-threatening. He just needed some time to fully recover. Hearing him say this, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu were relieved. Those people are really worthy of being from the celestial void realm. They're really strong. They can even dominate the divine king realm. Wuxing Crocodile said. Then it asked doubtfully, "Speaking of which, they seem to have come from the celestial void realm specifically to capture you and bring you to some important figure in the celestial void realm. When did you provoke someone from that world?" Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "It's either the 12-winged divine envoy or the soul shadow in the Dafan divine land." These were the only 2 important figures in the celestial realm that he had come into contact with over the years. After that, he did not say anything else. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu and left this place. He needed to recuperate from his injuries. Soon, the man and the two beasts were extremely far away from this place. They found a very secluded place in a barren mountain. He set up layers of enchantments around him. Then he sat down cross-legged and circulated the nirvana of the sun even faster. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu stood guard at the side. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Tian had completely recovered from his injuries. He walked out of the barren mountain with Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. What should we do next? Should we search for the 6 divine kings from the upper realm and kill them all? Or should we return to the 10 directions' heavenly domain? Whooshing Crocodile asked. It's very troublesome to find them. Let's ignore them for now and return to the 10 directions' heavenly domain. Lin Tian opened his mouth. Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head and looked towards the northeast of this world. Just now, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled for a long time. There was a 7-colored brilliance vaguely pointing in that direction. That feeling was as if it had sensed a new sword soul fragment. This shocked him. There is a sword soul fragment in this world. What's wrong, kid? Whooshing Crocodile saw his abnormality and asked him. I found something important. Lin Tian said simply, follow me. He didn't say much. He directly flew into the air and headed towards the northeast of this world. Whooshing Crocodile was curious, but it didn't ask much. It followed him directly. As for Little Taichu, it naturally wouldn't ask anything. It would follow wherever Lin Tian went. The man and the 2 beasts moved very quickly. After about 6 hours, a huge abyss appeared in front of them. Wisps of black fog curled up from the afternoon. It was mixed with wisps of cold and evil aura, which made people feel a little scared. This place, Whooshing Crocodile, was moved. It was still at the level of a divine god. However, when it appeared here and looked at the huge abyss in front of it, it felt a chill for no reason. It was as if there was a supreme god emperor of ghosts below, which made it feel a little scared. Even Lin Tian, who was in the divine king realm, narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment. He felt threatened in this place. He stood at the edge of the abyss, paused, and said, Go down. Follow me carefully. This place was a little scary. It made someone as powerful as him feel a chill down his spine. He could feel the danger below. However, even so, he still had to go down. This was because when the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled, a 7-colored brilliance overflowed and pointed directly at this place. He was sure that there was a sword soul fragment below. Therefore, he naturally had to go down. The sword soul fragment was very important to him. It was even more important than the world seed in his body. He had to go down and get the sword soul fragment. Immediately, the man and the 2 beasts stepped down and slowly descended towards the bottom of the abyss. At this time, they all slowed down because the abyss here was obviously very unusual. They had to treat it with caution and couldn't relax in the slightest. Soon, they descended from the top of the abyss for about 100 feet. Whoosh! Black fog floated up from the bottom of the abyss. Then, suddenly, a cold wind blew, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. Something is coming up. Chapter 1926. At the bottom of the abyss, the pitch-black fog continued to rise, bringing with it a trace of coldness. At the same time, it was accompanied by gusts of wind. A very terrifying aura rushed up from the bottom, as if a 10,000-year-old ghost was rushing up from below. Lin Tian naturally felt the aura. He felt something rushing up and immediately opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker. Then he saw a skull rushing up. It was formed by pitch-black murderous aura, and it let out a mournful cry. Obviously, it was an evil spirit that was born from murderous aura. He raised his hand and directly shot out a ray of 5 heavenly lightning technique. It was accompanied by purple lightning and struck towards the evil spirit. With a swoosh, the evil spirit was not very strong. At most, it was comparable to a true god. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by him. In this world, the strongest cultivator is only a true god. But here, an evil spirit that casually rushed out is actually at this level. Whooshing Crocodile was a little surprised. Lin Tian, of course, also thought of this. His gaze deepened as he looked at the abyss. This place was indeed not simple. He reminded Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu to be careful. With the 5 heavenly lightning technique protecting them, they continued to descend into the abyss. After that, more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. After more than 2 hours, they landed at the bottom of the abyss. As far as the eye could see, there was another world at the bottom of the abyss. Gray mountain ranges were connected to each other. On the horizon, what entered their eyes was piles of skeletons. It was like a graveyard. Most importantly, among these skeletons, there were many intertwining dots of light. There were heavenly god and divine king auras flowing around them, causing the man and the 2 beasts to be shocked. What happened here? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. At the bottom of the abyss, there were so many skeletons. There were even heavenly god and divine king level skeletons. Moreover, there were many of them. How did these powerhouses die in this place? Crack! Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. Not far away, a creature covered in blood spirits appeared. Its body was like a wolf, but it had 3 eyes. Its fangs were as long as chopsticks, and it was as black as a demon. It was biting a corpse arm that was intertwined with divine king aura. Its 3 eyes were red, white, and black. It stared at the man and the 2 beasts from afar. The man and the 2 beasts were shocked, and their scalps went numb. Corpse-devouring beast. Whooshing Crocodile trembled. Lin Tianza was even more direct. He enveloped the 5 elemental crocodile and little alpha primordium with his golden divine light before turning around and running away. Corpse-devouring beasts specialized in eating corpses and ghosts. They loved fresh flesh and blood. They were definitely ferocious beasts of death. They had seen them more than once, and had even killed 1 or 2. However, the corpse-devouring beast in this place made their hearts palpitate. The corpse-devouring beast's death aura was too thick, as if it could annihilate everything. It was like a peak divine emperor. The corpse-devouring beast's body was not big. Its 3 eyes stared at Lin Tian and the others. It grinned like a human, and yellow saliva flowed out of its mouth. It continued to bite the human arm that was intertwined with divine king aura while chasing after the man and the 2 beasts. It was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a long distance and appeared behind Lin Tian and the others. Oh my God! Whooshing Crocodile's scales stood on end. Yeah. Little Taichu shrunk its neck. It was frightened by the death aura around the corpse-devouring beast. It was too scary. Lin Tian also felt his heart palpitate. However, he did not run away. The immortal Emperor Pagoda rushed out of his body with the power of thunder and slammed into the corpse-devouring beast. The corpse-devouring beast pounced over. It was not very intelligent. It collided with the immortal Emperor Pagoda and was sent flying with a bang. However, it only flew for a few hundred feet before it stabilized its body. Then, it pounced again at an even faster speed. Lin Tianyi fled with the Whooshing Crocodile and the little Taichu. At the same time, he controlled the immortal Emperor Pagoda with the weapon control art to attack the corpse-devouring beast. For a while, the immortal Emperor Pagoda sent the corpse-devouring beast flying again and again. However, even though the corpse-devouring beast was sent flying again and again, it was not injured at all. Roar! After being sent flying again and again, the corpse-devouring beast was enraged. It let out a fierce roar. Immediately, under the abyss, a surging corpse aura condensed and turned into a wave of death. It drowned the 2 beasts. The wave of death was dozens of feet high and looked down on everything. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian felt his scalp go numb. If he was really drowned, he would be severely injured, even if he did not die. It might even cause his life essence to be contaminated by the corpse aura. Lin Tian immediately took out the divine Tao reincarnation diagram and blocked it with Immortal Emperor Pagoda. He ran away as fast as he could. Soon, a cave appeared in front of them. The corpses around it were even denser, and there were many cobwebs around it. When they reached here, the corpse-devouring beast suddenly stopped in its tracks. There was obvious fear in its eyes. It's afraid of that cave. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian could naturally see that the corpse-devouring beast behind them was afraid of that cave. The corpse-devouring beast looked at the cave and then looked at Lin Tian and the others. It looked at the cave again, paused, and then slowly approached. Obviously, although it was afraid of the cave, it did not want to miss out on fresh food like Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu all retreated towards the cave. They retreated very slowly, at the same speed as the corpse-devouring beast. If a corpse-devouring beast as strong as a godly emperor was afraid of it, they all knew that the cave was not simple. It should be very dangerous, and they did not want to go near it. However, since the corpse-devouring beast was coming, they had no choice but to move towards the cave. Roar! Seeing the move in the direction of the cave, the three eyes of the corpse-devouring beast were filled with anger. As it slowly approached the group, it let out a low roar, as if it was warning Lin Tian and the others not to approach the cave. Go away, we won't go to the cave. Wuxing Crocodile opened its mouth and communicated with the corpse-devouring beast. The corpse-devouring beast seemed to have heard his words and let out a low roar, accompanied by a terrifying aura of death. It vigilantly looked at the cave and suddenly sped up, turning into a ray of death light as it charged towards Lin Tian and the others. Obviously, it wanted to devour Lin Tian and the others before Lin Tian and the others entered the cave. So fast! Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian had been on guard against the corpse-devouring beast. Seeing that it suddenly sped up, he also sped up. The Five Thunders sky-shaking incantation, combined with the Yin and Yang steps, enveloped Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and moved towards the cave to avoid the corpse-devouring beast's surprise attack. Roar! The corpse-devouring beast growled again, and the anger in its three eyes was even stronger. It continued to pounce on the two beasts. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. This corpse-devouring beast was really chasing after them. He had no choice but to look at the strange cave. Although he guessed that it was very dangerous inside, he still rushed into the cave as fast as he could because there was no other way. If he didn't rush into the cave, he would be directly devoured by the corpse-devouring beast. With a swoosh, he was very fast at this time and rushed into the strange cave. The corpse-devouring beast was shocked and angry. Its eyes were filled with fierceness, and it stopped in its tracks. Roar! It growled again and bared its teeth at Lin Tian, showing its fierceness. Clatter! At this moment, the sound of iron chains colliding rang out in the cave. It was very clear and came out. The corpse-devouring beast immediately had goosebumps all over its body. Its eyes, which were filled with fierceness before, were now filled with fear. Then it turned around and ran, escaping far away from this place in an instant. Chapter 1927. Lin Tian and the others naturally heard the clanking of the chains, but they didn't feel any fear. They didn't expect that the corpse-devouring beast, which was comparable to a divine emperor, would suddenly be so scared that it abandoned them and ran away. Let's leave too, Lin Tian said. Although he didn't feel any danger from the clanking of the chains and didn't know why the corpse-devouring beast was so scared, he believed that there must be a reason. He was sure that this cave was not a simple place. Now that the corpse-devouring beast that could threaten them had disappeared, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Go, 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 Wuxing Crocodile said. He had the same idea as Lin Tian. Immediately, they walked out of the cave and went into the distance. However, in the next instant, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly stopped and tilted his head to look into the cave. Just a moment ago, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved again. Strands of 7-colored light spread out and pointed directly into the cave. The sword soul fragment under the abyss is in this cave. He was slightly shocked. Whooshing Crocodile saw his strange expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Little Taichu also stopped and looked at Lin Tian. "The thing I'm looking for should be in the cave." Lin Tiandao naturally wouldn't hide it. Whooshing Crocodile immediately stared at him and then became speechless. Now they had to go in even if they didn't want to. "Follow me carefully." Lin Tiandao. This cave was not simple and was very dangerous. However, the sword soul fragment might be in there, so he had to go. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. Then he activated the Dragon Burial Scripture and the Heart Sutra of Sun at the same time and slowly walked into the cave. The cave was very spacious. It was 5 zhang wide and 10 zhang tall. The man and the 2 beasts walked deeper into the cave. Along the way, corpses appeared in their vision, one after another. They were all very powerful. Even the weakest one was at the God King realm. What is in the deepest part of this cave? So many experts have died. This is simply... Whooshing Crocodile's heart palpitated. Lin Tian was also shocked, and he became even more vigilant. Strand after strand of dragon patterns spread out and interweaved in all directions. He had Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu follow behind him as they slowly moved forward. Then, as they went deeper into the cave, the number of corpses on the ground increased, and the aura became even more terrifying. Towards the end, they even saw 2 God Emperor level corpses. Both of them had already been torn into pieces and were beyond recognition. Be careful. If you feel that something is wrong, retreat at any time. Lin Tian said in a deep voice. This mountain cave was truly frightening. Who would have thought that even the corpse of a God Emperor would appear? Furthermore, it was a dismembered corpse. He appeared to be even more cautious, and his pace was even slower as he continued to head into the cave. Walala! The sound of metal chains colliding rang out again, coming from the depths of the cave. This time it was louder than before. When this sound rang out, the man and the 2 beasts could not help but stop. After all, this sound had even scared away the sky-devouring beast, which was comparable to a God Emperor level expert. Now that it had suddenly appeared again, they were subconsciously shocked. Speaking of which, there doesn't seem to be any terrifying fluctuations in this sound. What exactly is that sky-devouring beast afraid of? Whooshing Crocodile could not figure it out. However, it was precisely because of this that the sky-devouring beast was even more terrified when it heard this sound. Lin Tian was also thinking about it, but he could not figure it out either. He said, "No matter what, be careful. It would never be wrong to be more careful." After saying that, he continued to lead Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu into the cave. Walala! The sound of metal chains colliding rang out again. This time, the man and the 2 beasts heard it, but they did not stop. Instead, they appeared to be even more cautious. They carefully looked around and continued to head into the cave. In the blink of an eye, they had walked for more than 2 hours. The space in front of them suddenly became spacious and gave off a bright light. The 7-colored light surged from the front. The group of people turned a corner and saw a flat area with a radius of about 100 feet in front of them. A fist-sized 7-colored light was suspended in midair, surrounded by chains made of light. It was completely formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. From time to time, the chains would collide with each other, making clanking sounds. This is that thing again. Whooshing Crocodile opened its eyes wide when it saw the 7-colored light again. Then it looked at the chains made of light around the 7-colored light. When it heard the sound of the chains colliding with each other, its eyes opened even wider. Is this where the sound of the chains came from? These light chains are clearly the materialization of spiritual chi. Squeak! Even Little Taichu opened its eyes wide. It did not expect that the sound of the chains would come from this. Lin Tian was naturally moved. His gaze fell on the 7-colored light in the center. He clearly felt that this was the sword soul fragment. Then he understood the chains made of light around the sword soul fragment. The sword soul fragment had absorbed too much spiritual chi of heaven and earth, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to condense into substantial chains around the sword soul fragment. These chains were completely made of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Moreover, they could condense into substantial spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The value was astonishing. That corpse-devouring beast came to this cave, saw the sword soul fragment, and was injured at the same time. His heart moved, and he made such a guess. It was not afraid of the sound of the chains. After hearing the sound of the chains, it thought of the sword soul fragment in the cave, so it ran away. Previously, it was afraid of this cave because of the sword soul fragment in the cave. The sword soul fragment itself was mixed with a holy, majestic, and fierce aura. If evil spirits and monsters approached it, they would definitely be injured. The corpse-devouring beast was a ferocious beast of death. It was extremely evil. Once such a ferocious beast approached the sword soul fragment, it would be suppressed by the light of the sword soul fragment. Even if it did not die, it would lose a layer of skin. After that, he thought of another question. There were corpses everywhere in the abyss, and they were not weak when they were alive. Especially in this cave, there were more and more corpses. Why was this so? Could it be that these people found the sword soul fragment and came to fight for it, and then they all died here? He guessed. He stood in the same place and paused. Although he was not sure, he felt that the possibility was very high. Then he did not think about it anymore. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. After finding no danger, he walked forward and soon came to the sword soul fragment. Chapter 1928. As soon as the sword soul fragment entered his body, Lin Tian immediately felt his body tremble. This was because after the sword soul fragment entered his body, the materialized spiritual energy that had condensed into chains also entered his body. He immediately felt an extremely vast spiritual energy. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones all felt intense pain as if they were about to explode from this boundless spiritual energy. This shocked him. Although he had sensed that these materialized spiritual energy chains were very shocking, he did not expect them to be so shocking. He realized that he had severely underestimated the value of these materialized spiritual energy chains. With such materialized spiritual energy, if he refined all of them, he could almost reach the peak of the Divine King stage. At that moment, he was a little happy. He directly activated the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit and began to quickly refine this spiritual energy. Buzz! Suddenly, a bright light intertwined outside his body. Moreover, the Tao Ray also appeared. At the same time, the sword soul fragment entered the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. Just like before, strands of seven-colored sword soul light overflowed. It was also wrapped in thick divine power and integrated into every corner of his body as if it was a gift. Immediately, the divine light emitted from his body became even brighter and more shocking. It completely illuminated the surroundings. Then, it was also at this time that he saw fragmented scenes in his sea of consciousness, one after another. He saw densely packed cultivators fighting, blood dyeing the void, falling from the heavens one after another. Then he saw a vicious beast of death, sent flying by seven-colored radiance. This caused him to be moved. As expected, he muttered to himself as he refined the materialized spiritual energy and the seven-colored sword soul light in his body. The fragmented images that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness must have been recorded by the sword soul fragment. Just as he had guessed before, the corpses in this abyss were indeed the sword soul fragments that had discovered this place. They came to fight for it and died one after another. As for the corpse-devouring beast, it was also injured by the sword soul fragment that it began to fear this cave. After muttering to himself, he did not think any more. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster to refine the spiritual energy in his body even faster. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu were on both sides of the cave. They carefully guarded the surroundings and guarded him. Dense spirit chi surged from all directions amidst the continuous mountain range. 6 figures resided in this mountain range. Each of them was a certain distance away from each other. Their bodies were surrounded by different radiances. Their auras were somewhat weak, and they had obvious injuries on their bodies. At this moment, they were guiding the surrounding spiritual energy to heal their injuries. Damn it! The 6 of them were Supreme God King of Darkness, Supreme God King of Fallen Soul, Supreme God King of East Pride, Supreme God King of Black Flames, Supreme God King of Blue Firmament, and Supreme God King of Thousand Slaughter. They had been severely injured by Lin Tian and had yet to fully recover. Shwa! All of a sudden, the void rumbled slightly. A middle-aged man appeared here, his body surrounded by an extremely intimidating aura. The Divine King of Darkness and the rest were alerted. They raised their heads to take a look before regaining their composure. When they saw who it was, the expressions of the 6 of them turned cold and gloomy. Destruction, you sure are carefree, God King Thousand Slaughter said. The 7 of them were ordered to descend to the lower world to suppress Lin Tian and bring him back to the heaven of nothingness world. However, before this, Supreme God King of Destruction had yet to arrive and was minding his own business. He and the other 5 Supreme Gods were somewhat displeased. Supreme God King of Destruction looked at Supreme God King of Darkness and the rest who were recuperating. He could not help but be moved. All of you are injured. His eyes narrowed and there was a tinge of surprise. Previously, he had sensed Lin Tian's aura. However, as he was searching for an ancient relic, he did not rush over. After that, the delay was much longer than he had expected. At this moment, he had followed the aura of the 6 of them and was prepared to attack together with the 6 of them. However, he did not expect the 6 of them to be severely injured. Could it be that they were? He instantly guessed the reason. Could it be that the 6 of them had sensed Lin Tian's aura and went to attack him, only to be severely injured by the human? Supreme God King of Thousand Slaughter harumphed coldly, and his expression became even more ghastly. That human is not simple. Supreme God King of Darkness said in a deep voice. Supreme God King of Destruction was truly moved. Hearing what Supreme God King of Darkness said, it was enough to prove that his guess was correct. This shocked him. Supreme God King of Darkness and the rest were not weaker than him. Even with the 6 of them working together, they were still injured by the human that they were ordered to suppress. Before they descended to the lower world, they had already received some information. The human seemed to be at the level of an early stage Supreme God, while Supreme God King Thousand Slaughter and the rest were at the peak of the Supreme God realm. Under the situation where there was such a huge difference between their realms, the 6 of them had still lost despite working together. It was hard for him to imagine. In fact, even if you were here previously, the 7 of us might not have been able to suppress and take him away with absolute confidence. This is a little troublesome. Supreme God King of East Ao glanced at Supreme God King of Destruction and said in a deep voice. At the same time, he continued to recuperate from his injuries as light lingered around his body. Although I do not want to admit that an ant from the lower world can be so strong, this is the truth. Supreme God King of Darkness said coldly. Supreme God King Thousand Slaughter and the rest did not say anything. However, their eyes narrowed slightly. It was obvious that they agreed with Supreme God King of East Ao's words. Supreme God King of Destruction was shocked again. He did not expect the 6 of them to think so. The 7 Supreme God Kings were known as the Supreme God Realm in the heaven of Void World. Each of them had the ability to look down on the Supreme God Realm. However, Supreme God King Thousand Slaughter and the rest of the Supreme God Realm believed that even if the 7 of them worked together, they might not be able to suppress an early-stage Supreme God King from the lower world. This shocked him even more. The human that they were ordered to suppress was so powerful. However, in the next moment, the shock in his eyes disappeared. He regained his calmness and revealed a cold smile. Perhaps that person is very strong. However, he is destined to be suppressed. As he said so, he waved his right hand slightly. A seal emerged from his body and immediately bloomed with boundless divine light. This is a divine royal-grade precious weapon. Divine King Qian Tu and the others were visibly shaken. The 6 of them looked at Supreme God King of Destruction and were shocked. Supreme God King of Destruction actually had a divine royal-grade precious weapon? Supreme God King of Destruction smiled faintly and said, "I got it from the ancient site. I also obtained a great shift divine talisman." He continued, "In addition, the ancient ruins are very large, and there are other parts that are even more vast. It is very difficult for me to continue exploring with my strength alone. After I suppress that person, you all will follow me, and we will be able to find even more amazing divine objects." He was not the senior brother of the other 6, and was not related by blood. However, they belonged to the same path sect and had a good relationship. Therefore, he did not hide anything from the 6 of them. Supreme God King Thousand Slaughter and the other 5 were excited when they heard this. All right, a divine royal-grade precious weapon should be enough to suppress that insect. After that, we will work together to explore the ancient site. Besides, Supreme God King of Destruction, there are many good things on that insect. There is a divine weapon made from the Hong Meng heavenly crystal. After suppressing him, we will split the Hong Meng heavenly crystal and forge our own divine weapons. Supreme God King of Darkness and the rest spoke one after another. They were no longer unhappy that Supreme God King of Destruction had not arrived. Instead, they were happy. The ancient site that Supreme God King of Destruction had discovered was of great significance to them. At the bottom of the abyss, in the Cave 1, golden divine light surrounded Lin Tian's body, and Tao radiance intertwined. His aura was getting stronger, and his cultivation level was rising rapidly. I am going to reach the middle stage of the Supreme God realm soon. Chapter 1929. Not long after the 7-colored sword soul fragment entered Lin Tian's body, Lin Tian's cultivation was already close to the middle stage Divine King realm. This surprised the Wuxing crocodile. This speed was just too fast. It was so fast that it was frightening. After all, Lin Tian was now in the Divine King realm. It was too difficult for him to advance a small level in this realm. It was far more difficult than the major realms below the Divine King realm. It was countless times more difficult. That solidified spiritual energy of heaven and earth is really, it muttered to itself. It guessed that it had something to do with the solidified spiritual energy chains. In fact, its guess wasn't wrong. At this moment, Lin Tian was circulating the Sun Heart Sutra at an extremely fast speed, refining the spirit chi chains in his body and the rainbow-colored sword spirit radiance that seeped out from the sword spirit fragment. The spiritual energy contained in the materialized spirit chi chains was just too dense, and it was much, much more beneficial to his cultivation than the rainbow-colored sword spirit radiance that seeped out from the sword spirit fragment. The two were completely incomparable. Of course, if one were to look the root, although the solidified spiritual energy chains were shocking, they were actually born from the sword soul fragment. It could be said that it was all thanks to the sword soul fragment. Buzz. Golden light surrounded Lin Tian. The Heart Sutra of Sun circulated extremely quickly. The golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body became even more terrifying. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! After 6 hours, a majestic force rushed out from Lin Tian's body, sweeping out waves of divine power. In 6 hours, he was refining the 7-colored sword soul light in his body while refining the solidified spiritual energy chains that entered his body. At this time, his cultivation broke through from the early stage Divine King Realm to the middle stage Divine King Realm. At this time, the seven-colored sword soul light in his body had been completely refined. The sword soul fragment had completely merged with the divine sword and became stable. There was still a lot of the solidified spiritual energy chains left. Hence, he continued to refine the spiritual energy and cultivate. At the same time during this process, he also used these spiritual chains as a supplement to stabilize his current cultivation base. For a moment, the golden divine light outside his body became denser. His essence, energy, and spirit rose rapidly. The Tao light also became denser. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the aura around his body was much stronger than before. Then he opened his eyes. Just a little bit more to reach the pinnacle of the God King realm. He muttered to himself. In almost 14 hours, he had refined the materialized spirit chi chains and the seven-colored sword spirit radiance from the sword spirit fragments. His cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-God King realm. He was just a little bit away from reaching the peak God King realm. Moreover, because during this process he was also using the solidified spiritual energy to temper his Taoist foundation, his current cultivation was very stable. He looked inside himself and found that the divine power in his body had become denser, his God soul had become more powerful, and his sea of consciousness had become vaster. At the same time, his flesh shell was much stronger than before, and his battle prowess had increased by a lot. Very good. A bright light flashed across his eyes. He was naturally delighted. After that, he issued a command with his will, causing the divine radiance and light of the Tao that coiled around his body to gradually disperse and be absorbed into his body. How many seven-colored light sources are there exactly? The whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu flashed over at this moment. They were very surprised by the appearance of another light source here. They had seen too many of these things. I can't explain it clearly. Lin Tian shook his head. He did not say much. He simply glanced at the mountain cave and then called the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu to leave. Since he had already obtained the sword spirit fragments here, there was no need to stay here. They moved very quickly and walked out of the mountain cave in the blink of an eye. Outside the mountain cave, corpses were densely distributed. Blood was splattered everywhere. The yin energy was very dense. Lin Tian already knew why these corpses were in this place, so he did not care. He called the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu to fly directly from this place and rise above the abyss. Around the abyss, black yin fog lingered, and the death energy was very dense. The corpse-devouring beast from before did not appear again. It was obvious that the sound of chains coming from the mountain cave had frightened it, so it did not approach this place after leaving. Therefore, it did not take long for the man and the two beasts to rise above the abyss and fly into the distance. In the blink of an eye, dozens of barren mountains were left behind. Boom! Suddenly there was a roar in the void. A black light, mixed with a destructive aura, rushed from the distance at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian naturally sensed it immediately. The golden divine radiance enveloped the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu and moved dozens of feet away to avoid the black light. Then, the void where they were just standing was directly annihilated. Which bastard! The whooshing crocodile cursed and looked in the direction of the black light. There, 7 middle-aged figures stood together. All of them were surrounded by the aura of divine kings, and their expressions were very cold. At the same time, Lin Tian naturally saw these 7 people. 6 of them were very familiar. They were Divine King Qian Tu, Divine King Darkyu, Divine King Luohan, Divine King Dong Ao, Divine King Lan Shao, and Divine King He Yan. As for the other person, he did not know him, but it was enough to guess that he was an accomplice of Divine King Qian Tu and the others. I did not look for you, but you took the initiative to come to me. Were you not satisfied with being tortured before? He said calmly. As soon as these words came out, Divine King Qian Tu and the others immediately turned cold. They thought of the scene where they were at a disadvantage in Lin Tian's hands. Worm, don't be too proud. A temporary victory or defeat is nothing. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. Divine King Dark, you said coldly. Lin Tian sneered. These are the words that losers always say to hide their incompetence. Divine King Dark Yu's face turned even colder. He stared at Lin Tian with murderous intent in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just suppress him. Divine King Qian Tu said, and looked at Divine King Destruction. Divine King Destruction had been sizing up Lin Tian since he appeared. He indeed felt that Lin Tian's aura was not weak. However, he still found it hard to believe that Divine King Qian Tu and the others were defeated by Lin Tian. Let me try first and see if his fighting strength is really that strong, he said. As an expert who is known as a supreme divine king in a macro world like the heaven of nihility world, he was told that the other party was very strong when he came to suppress and capture a divine king from the lower domain. With the fighting strength of the 7 of them, it would be difficult to do so even if they worked together. He was unwilling to believe it and wanted to try it himself. Chapter 1930. The destructive light river came crashing down with shocking divine might. It was not something an ordinary peak divine king could possess. It was extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, the destructive light river came crashing down on Lin Tian's head. It even carried chains of laws. As the destructive light river came crashing down, Lin Tian's black hair danced wildly in the wind. However, his expression did not change at all. So, he said. As he spoke, his actions were very simple. He raised his hand and sent out a slap. It carried strands of lightning as it directly lashed out. With a swoosh, the destructive light river came crashing down and was instantly shattered by his palm. Compared to a few days ago, his battle prowess has increased by so much. How insane! Whooshing Crocodile muttered softly. It could clearly sense how terrifying the destructive light river was. However, Lin Tian shattered it with a single slap. At the same time, God King Destruction was shocked. God King Dark Yu and the others were shocked. Mid-Divine King. He's about to reach peak Divine King. God King Qian Tu's eyes narrowed. Lin Tian's palm was not purely physical strength. It was mixed with divine power. His cultivation level was revealed, which shocked him. Lin Tian was only an early divine king a few days ago. However, in just a few days he was about to reach peak divine king. How could he improve so quickly? After God King Destruction was shocked, he could tell that Lin Tian was indeed very strong. However, he did not stop there. He joined forces with the other 6. Instead, he snorted coldly and attacked again. This time, he decisively used his divine way law. At the same time, he used the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and his innate bloodline ability. He directly displayed his peak battle prowess. The destructive light wave came crashing down on Lin Tian again. His bloodline was the destruction bloodline. In terms of pure offensive power, he could be considered the strongest and fiercest of the 7 divine kings. At this time, when he activated his divine Tao law, the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, and his innate divine ability at the same time, the wave of destruction after the fusion was truly terrifying. Under such a wave of destruction, the void in space in all directions couldn't help but produce black holes that devoured everything. Lin Tianwei squinted his eyes. He had to admit that this attack was very powerful and terrifying. If it were him who was still at the early divine king realm a few days ago, it would take him a lot of effort to block this attack and he would be injured. However, the present couldn't be compared with the past. Now he was almost at the peak of the divine king realm. Buzz! Behind him, divine splendor surged. The reincarnation diagram immediately rose, turning into a streak of divine splendor that directly pressed forward. With a sizzling sound, the overwhelming divine might that the godly king of destruction had unleashed was instantly crushed by the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, the reincarnation diagram did not slow down at all. It released a ripple of divine light that pressed down on the godly king of destruction like water ripples. The godly king of destruction's protective divine splendor was directly shattered. He was sent flying dozens of feet away. His divine body instantly became tattered and blood splattered all over the void. It was bright red and dazzling. He is indeed very powerful. After stabilizing himself in the distance, the godly king of destruction's face turned ugly. He had already unleashed his strongest combat power, but it was so easily shattered and injured by Lin Tianwei. This was even more powerful than what the godly king of darkness and the others had mentioned. The godly king of darkness and the others were moved. Lin Tianwei's cultivation had improved a lot, and his combat power had become much stronger as well. Compared to a few days ago, there was almost a qualitative change. Lin Tianwei looked at the godly king of destruction, then at the godly king of thousand slaughter and the other 5. His expression was calm as he strode toward the 7 of them. He did not say anything, but his intention was obvious. Naturally, he wanted to kill all 7 of them. As he walked toward them, the faces of the 7 darkened. Lin Tianwei's calmness made them extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was silently looking down on the 7 of them. Unleash the weapon. Suppress him and take him away. The godly king of darkness looked at the godly king of destruction and said coldly. At the same time, the godly king of thousand slaughter, the godly king of east pride, the godly king of blue firmament, the godly king of fallen soul, and the godly king of black flames all said the same thing. The godly king of destruction nodded. His eyes were cold as they fell on Lin Tianwei. You are indeed very powerful. However, you will still be suppressed in the end. His voice was cold. In the next moment, a seal directly floated out from his body. As soon as it appeared, it bloomed with boundless divine radiance, causing the air in this space to stop flowing. Because of the appearance of this seal, it became silent. Lin Tianwei immediately stopped in his tracks. A strange look flashed across his eyes. At the same time, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu turned pale. Divine royal weapon! The whooshing crocodile could not help but tremble. The pressure that the seal gave off was so strong that it made its divine soul feel cold. As soon as the seal appeared, it floated above the godly king of destruction's head. It gave off a shocking glow as the divine royal weapon's pressure spread out. I'll give you a chance. Destroy your cultivation and kneel down. Follow us back to the heaven realm obediently. That way, you will suffer less. The godly king of destruction looked at Lin Tianwei and said indifferently. With the appearance of the divine royal weapon, he had a superior attitude, as if he was an ancient king looking down on the world. At the same time, the godly king of darkness and the others' eyes turned cold. They looked at Lin Tianwei as if they were looking at a prisoner. Lin Tianwei stood in place and faced the divine royal weapon that the godly king of destruction had summoned. He immediately felt the threat of death and a sense of helplessness. The divine royal weapon was simply too powerful. Even though he was a reincarnated body and was about to reach the peak of the divine king realm, he still could not withstand such a weapon. Facing it head-on would only result in death. However, there was no change in his expression. What you're relying on is meaningless, he said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, a 7-colored brilliance surged out from his body. Then the 7-colored divine sword rushed out from between his eyebrows and floated above his head. It immediately emitted a supreme, divine brilliance that suppressed the world. It was majestic, domineering, and fierce. In that instant, winds and clouds surged in this place. The heavens changed color as a result, producing streaks of large cracks. This is... Whooshing Crocodile was shocked and then overjoyed. Lin Tianwei had summoned the divine sword at this time. Little Taichu also widened his eyes. He knew how terrifying the divine sword in Lin Tianwei's body was. It could almost cut through everything. At the same time, the godly king of destruction's expression changed. He clearly felt how terrifying the divine sword that Lin Tianwei summoned was. The divine royal weapon above his head was trembling as if it had its own consciousness. It seemed to be wailing. The godly kings of Thousand Slaughter, Darkness, Luo Han, Eastern Pride, Heiyan, and Lan Shao were all shocked. He has such a divine weapon. Impossible. If he had it, why didn't he summon it when he was fighting with us? If he had summoned it then, why did he have to fight with us so fiercely? If he had summoned it, we wouldn't have been able to escape. He must have obtained some great opportunity recently and forged it not long ago. Even his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds in a very short time. Chapter 1931. Seeing Lin Tian take out the seven-colored divine sword to face the overwhelming power, Supreme God of Darkness and the rest were shocked. That's right. He must have had a great opportunity to forge it recently. Supreme God of East Pride gritted his teeth. He shared the same thought as Supreme God Qian Tu, Supreme God Luo Han, Supreme God Heiyan, Supreme God Lan Shao, and Supreme God of East Pride. They believed that Lin Tian had forged the divine sword a few days ago. If Lin Tian had the divine sword before, he would have killed them during the battle, and they would not have been able to escape. Lin Tian smiled indifferently when he heard that. He did not summon the seven-colored divine sword during his battle with the divine king of darkness and the others a few days ago, because the divine sword was not under his control. Now, as he had found a new sword soul fragment, the divine sword was more or less in an active state, so he could summon it. Of course, he would not tell Supreme God of Darkness about this, as there was no need for that. Why would he do such a thing? Let's see if your seal is stronger, or if my divine sword is sharper. He looked at Supreme God of Destruction and said. He grabbed the divine sword above his head and slashed it down. With a clang, a seven-colored sword radiance shot out and slashed forward with an ear-piercing sword hum. In an instant, the firmament trembled and a huge crack appeared. In the next moment, the seven-colored sword radiance was in front of Supreme God of Destruction. At the same time, the sharp sword aura enveloped the other six. Godly King of Destruction shuddered violently. He immediately activated the Divine Emperor weapon level seal, causing it to radiate immeasurably. It faced the seven-colored sword radiance head-on. At the same time, a defensive divine shield was formed, enveloping himself, Godly King of Darkness, and the others. The seven-colored sword radiance arrived in the blink of an eye. With a crack, the seal shattered into pieces at the first possible moment. The remaining power shattered the protective light barrier that enveloped the seven of them, causing them to be sent flying at the same time. Each of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and their bodies were covered in cracks. The seven of them trembled, and their eyes were filled with shock. A divine emperor-level precious weapon was destroyed just like that. It was just a casual slash of the sword. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile and little Tai Chu trembled in shock. This power seems to be even more terrifying than before. The five-element crocodile's eyes widened, and then he was stunned. He couldn't help but bare his teeth and say to Lin Tian, "Kid, that's a divine emperor-grade artifact. You destroyed it just like that? Wastrel." Lin Tian himself was also slightly stunned. He had not expected his casual slash to be so powerful that it could destroy the divine royal weapon wielded by God King Destruction without using any divine power. More and more sword soul fragments are gathering, and their power is getting stronger and stronger. He muttered to himself, "God of Heavens knew, Supreme God of the Divine God, Emperor God, King God of Destruction, Divine God of the Divine God." The divine sword in his hand shone with a rainbow light. He looked at the seven of them and waved his sword casually, throwing out a rainbow sword radiance. This time he purposely suppressed his strength. The sword light was not as strong as the sword light from before. He didn't want to kill the seven because he still needed to find out more about the celestial realm of nothingness from them. It was very important. However, even though he deliberately suppressed his strength and suppressed the power of the divine sword, the seven-colored sword ray that he slashed out was still terrifying and shocking. It immediately sent the seven great divine kings who had just stabilized their bodies flying again, and they all coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, the seven of them turned pale, and their auras were extremely weak. They looked like they would die at any time. The seven of them were shocked. They did not expect Lin Tian to have such a powerful weapon. That kind of power made them shudder in fear. "Let's go!" Supreme God King Destruction Divine Emperor gritted his teeth. His heart trembled. Lin Tian's divine sword was too terrifying. It was not something they could withstand. As soon as he finished speaking, a divine talisman with ancient runes appeared in his body. With a flash, it enveloped him, Supreme God King of Darkness, and the others, and disappeared. Whooshing crocodiles, face changed. They ran away. "What talisman is that?" Lin Tian was also shocked. He then snorted, "Buzz!" In his hand, the seven-colored divine sword vibrated and interweaved with the seven-colored divine light that filled the sky. This seven-colored divine light poured into his spiritual sea and immediately strengthened his divine sense by countless times. He scanned the surroundings and found the auras of the seven people in the blink of an eye. "Come here." He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu. He enveloped them with golden divine radiance. He held the rainbow divine sword and slashed open a space crack. He brought Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu into it. After a brief moment of darkness, they stepped out of the void and appeared in a new world. In front of them was a deep brown valley. Supreme God King Destruction, Supreme God King of Darkness, and the others were enveloped by a ball of divine radiance. They were on a big rock in front of them. The seven of them naturally noticed him chasing after them. They were all shocked, especially Supreme God King of Destruction. His face was filled with disbelief. He had just used the great shift divine talisman that he found in an ancient ruin. It instantly brought him and the other six out of the great world. Under normal circumstances, even a peak divine emperor would not be able to catch up with them. However, Lin Tian caught up with them directly. He and the other six had just landed in this world when Lin Tian caught up with them. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and activated the great shift divine talisman again. He brought the other six Supreme God Kings and disappeared on the spot again. Once this divine talisman was activated, it could be used continuously for an hour. After an hour, it would become ineffective. Lin Tian snorted. The rainbow divine sword vibrated and slashed open the space crack again. He chased after the seven of them. Then, in another world, he caught up with the seven of them. This time, as soon as he caught up with them, he slashed at them with his sword. The seven of them were shocked. Supreme God King of Destruction was extremely fast. He quickly activated the great shift divine talisman again and disappeared on the spot. He dodged Lin Tian's sword by a hair's breadth. The sword radiance landed in the distance and shattered a chain of mountains. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He vibrated the rainbow divine sword and strengthened his divine consciousness. He chased after the seven of them again. After that, he kept catching up with the seven Supreme God Kings again and again. However, the seven of them managed to escape each time. Great shift divine talisman. After catching up to the seven of them several times, the seven of them escaped again and again. He finally saw the complicated patterns on the divine talisman held by the divine King of Destruction and recognized it. He had once seen records of this divine talisman in an extremely ancient and withered book in the celestial realm. Only a God Emperor level expert could refine such a divine talisman. It had the ability to traverse an extremely long distance through space and teleport. Once it was used, No one below the God Emperor level would be able to catch up to it. He recognized this great shift divine talisman and knew the divine power of this divine talisman. Although he knew it would be difficult to catch up with them, he did not give up immediately. The rainbow divine sword vibrated and slashed open a space, crack again and again. He caught up with the 7 of them again and again. However, the great shift divine talisman was really amazing. Supreme God King of Destruction and the others looked up at it and successfully escaped again and again. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. He used the rainbow divine sword's power to strengthen his divine consciousness and slashed open space door after space door. He caught up with the 7 of them dozens of times. At this moment, he appeared in an extremely vast and majestic world. This world was so big that it was even bigger than the Chaos world. The immortal spiritual chi was even richer than the immortal region. This place, he was moved and could not help but stop. He looked at the center of this world from afar. At this moment, using the rainbow divine sword's power, his divine consciousness was strengthened countless times. It was comparable to the divine consciousness of a supreme God. He felt a familiar aura in the center of this world. Supreme. Chapter 1932. It was not the first time he had interacted with Grand Supreme. Lin Tian remembered Grand Supreme's aura very clearly. Now that he had entered this world to chase after Divine King of Darkness and the rest, he had used the power of the rainbow divine sword to raise his consciousness to the level of a divine emperor. His consciousness was spread all over and happened to sense Grand Supreme's aura at the center of this world. There was the sound of something tearing through the air. Divine King of Darkness and the rest had used the major shift divine talisman again and disappeared from this world. Lin Tian wanted to chase after them, but the rainbow divine sword in his hand began to tremble, causing his expression to turn serious. After chasing Divine King of Darkness and the rest for a long time, the rainbow divine sword could no longer be controlled and was about to return to his consciousness. "Consider yourselves lucky this time," he said coldly. The rainbow divine sword could only be controlled for a dozen breaths at most. At this rate, it was impossible for him to catch up to Divine King of Darkness and the rest. He allowed the 7 of them to escape. Then he tilted his head and looked at the center of this world with a cold gaze. There was Grand Supreme's aura there. Back then, Grand Supreme had burned a clone to ambush Wu Yi and swept Wu Yi into the emptiness territory. He had always remembered this incident. "Old thing," he said coldly. His right hand shook, and the divine sword in his hand exploded with divine light that suppressed the world. At that moment, he used the full power of the mysterious sword for the first time as a God King. 7-colored light turned into a beam of light that directly pierced through the sky and viciously slashed towards the center of the world. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble, and the entire world shook. A resplendent rainbow, sword light, pierced through the boundless void like a star with a tail and slashed towards the center of this world. Then, with a whoosh, the rainbow divine sword vibrated on its own and turned into a beam of rainbow light that rushed into his consciousness. After a few breaths, in the center of this world, above a vast divine city, the rainbow sword light broke through the boundless void and landed in the center of the divine city. Boom! The aura of destruction enveloped everything. In an instant, the huge divine city collapsed and turned into ashes. A huge mushroom cloud appeared and rushed into the sky, shaking the sky into pieces. Gusts of wind swept out. Who? A figure rushed out from the giant mushroom cloud. He was in a sorry state, and the divine emperor light around him was in a somewhat chaotic state. At the same time, the other 4 figures rushed out. The 4 of them all had divine emperor light, but they were clearly much weaker than the one who rushed out at the very beginning. All of them seemed to be in a much more sorry state. Lord Supreme, this is... The 4 of them were the 4 great protectors of the Grand Supreme. They were all in the early stage God Emperor realm. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock, anger, and bewilderment. Taishang stood alone in the sky with some black dust on his body. His face was very ugly, and his eyes were full of coldness and killing intent. This was his great world, his divine city. There were still many experts in the divine city. However, he did not expect that on this day a seven-colored light would descend from the sky and destroy the entire divine city. In the divine city, other than him and the four divine emperor protectors, the rest of his subordinates did not survive. All of them were annihilated in body and soul by that attack. There was actually someone who dared to attack his divine city in his world. Furthermore, they were so ruthless. This was a slap to his face. The most infuriating thing was that he did not know who had done it. Whether the person who did it is still in this world or not, investigate this world thoroughly. No matter who you find, suppress them and bring them to me. His voice was cold. At this moment, he was really angry. He was in his own world, in his own divine city. How could such a thing happen? At this moment, in a barren mountain in this world, Lin Tian brought Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu to hide in a small valley in this barren mountain. That Taishang is in this world. Whooshing Crocodile was surprised. After coming to the small valley in this mountain, Lin Tian told it and little Taichu about sensing Taishang's aura. It was a little surprised. Then it said, "That sword attack just now probably couldn't kill Taishang, right?" Just now, Lin Tian had used the rainbow sword to attack with all his strength. Its power was extremely terrifying and made its heart palpitate. However, it could also feel that although that sword attack was very scary, it could not threaten people at Taishang's level. After all, it had seen Taishang more than once. Taishang had reached the end of the divine emperor realm and was very powerful. It couldn't kill him. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally knew this. However, even if he could not kill Taishang, he could make Taishang suffer. Let that old thing pay some interest first. Sooner or later I'll kill him. He said so. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of light intertwined in his eyes. He frowned from time to time. What's wrong? Whooshing Crocodile saw him like this and was a little curious. It seemed that Lin Tian was thinking about something. Yeah. Little Taichu also tilted its head and looked at Lin Tian. Just now the world seed trembled. There should be some divine item that the world seed needs to bloom and bear fruit in this world. However, I can't be sure of its exact location. Lin Tian frowned and said, an old drunkard had told him that the world seed needed 5 divine items to bloom and bear fruit. They were the mixed sacred source, the 1,000-wood root, the mysterious yellow essence, the yin-yang silk, and the 5 elements egg. Among them, he had already found the soul sacred source and the 1,000-wood root. He was only missing the mysterious yellow essence, the yin-yang silk, and the 5 elements egg. Just now, the world seed shook on its own. It seemed that it had sensed that there was some divine item among the mysterious yellow essence, the yin-yang silk, and the 5 elements egg in this world. This was also the main reason why he didn't immediately leave this world after slashing out with his sword. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu were both moved. There was a divine item that the world seed needed to bloom and bear fruit in this world. Then, find that divine item and leave. Whooshing Crocodile said, the Grand Supreme lived in this world. It was actually very dangerous for them to walk in this world now. However, it knew that the thing that could make the world seed bloom and bear fruit was very important to Lin Tian. Since he had found it, he naturally had to find it. Lin Tian nodded. I think so too. Originally, he planned to return to the 10 Directions, celestial domain directly. He didn't expect that the Divine King of Darkness and the others would come looking for trouble. Then he found one of the divine items that could make the world seed bloom and bear fruit. As such, he decided to find that divine item in this world first before returning to the 10 Directions, celestial domain. As for the Divine King of Darkness and the others, he didn't know where they went. He didn't know where to start killing them. He could only put it aside for now. I'll recover my divine power first and refine the 1,000-wood root into the world seed. Then I'll look for that divine item in this world that can make the world seed bloom and bear fruit. He said he had used up a lot of divine power when he slashed out with his sword. Now he didn't have much divine power left. He needed to rest and recover. Chapter 1933. After saying a few words to Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu, Lin Tian set up a sealing formation around him to prevent the aura from leaking out. At the same time, he asked Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu to protect him. Then he took out the 1,000 Mugen. As he took out the 1,000 Mugen, the place immediately intertwined with an extremely rich aura of life. This aura of life is really, Whooshing Crocodile exclaimed. The 1,000 Mugen not only had an extremely rich aura of life, but it also gave off a feeling that it would never dry up. It was as if it could continuously nurture an endless amount of life. Lin Tian held the 1,000 Mugen and took a deep breath. He adjusted his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak. Then he placed the 1,000 Mugen beside the world seed and began to refine it, just like how he refined the mixed sacred source into the world seed. Buzz! As he began to refine the 1,000 Mugen into the world seed, both the world seed and the 1,000 Mugen vibrated at the same time. The 1,000 Mugen chi surged into the world seed, causing an extremely bright light to intertwine around his body. An extremely vast aura of life spread out from his body, as if a primitive source of life had erupted in his body. At the same time, the nameless Tao law in his body vibrated on its own. Strands of Tao law circled out and surged towards the world seed. They turned into streaks of light that lingered around the world seed, causing the world seed to emit an even brighter light. At the same time as the world seed emitted an even brighter light, his nameless Tao law gradually became stronger. The two complemented each other for a moment. However, Lin Tian's divine thought was immersed in his body. He could feel that the nameless Tao law was superior to the world seed. It had a great influence on the world seed, and its aura was very majestic. What kind of Tao is this? He was very confused. However, although he had doubts in his heart at this time, he quickly stopped thinking about it. That was because this confusion had existed in his heart for too long. He could not figure it out. At the same time, he also knew that the reason why he couldn't figure it out now was because his current cultivation was still insufficient. Once his cultivation was sufficient, his comprehension of this Tao would become even more profound, and he would naturally be able to figure out what this Tao was. Buzz! He focused on refining the 10,000 would root into the world seed even more seriously. At the same time, he borrowed the aura of the world seed to cultivate. During this process, he also comprehended his nameless Tao law, and his essence, chi, and spirit continued to grow. In an unknown great world, 7 figures were gathered together. All of them had pale faces and were panting heavily. He's not chasing after us. No more. All 7 of them had divine king auras surrounding their bodies. However, at this moment, they were rather weak and their expressions were ugly. They were none other than God King Destruction, God King Thousand Slaughter, and God King Darkness, who had escaped from Lin Tian with the help of the Great Shift Divine Talisman. In just a few days, he actually forged such a divine sword. He has that divine sword. With our current strength, it is impossible for us to be his match, no matter what. Damn it! How could there be such a person in the lower realm? God King Thousand Slaughter and the others looked extremely pale. In a great world like the Heaven of Nothingness realm, they were known as supreme beings of the Supreme Being realm and were extremely powerful. However, now that they were in the lower realm, they were forced to such an ugly state by a supreme being from a lower realm. When they thought about Lin Tian's combat strength and appearance in battle, all of them were both shocked and furious because he wasn't much inferior to those peerless great figures and the personal disciples of the ancient Tao Lords in the Void Dimension. What should we do now? God King Dong A.O. gritted his teeth. The current situation was really troublesome for them. Don't worry for now. His sword is indeed terrifying. However, it's not impossible to deal with it. the godly king of destruction opened his mouth and said, "Do you still remember the ancient site I mentioned before? That ancient site is very unusual. Until now, I have only explored 1% of that ancient site. It was left behind by at least a godly emperor. If you follow me to that ancient site, you will definitely find a way to deal with that bug in that ancient site." God King Thousand Slaughter and the others' eyes lit up when they heard his words. "Let's go now," God King Thousand Slaughter said. God King Destruction nodded. "Let's go." 7 rays of divine light intertwined as God King Destruction led the way. Immediately, the 7 of them left and disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. In the valley, Lin Tian circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and tried his best to smelt the Wan Mugen into the world seed. Buzz! Outside his body, the golden divine light became denser and his essence, qi, and spirit became stronger. The nameless Tao Law's aura also became more shocking. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu stood guard beside him. They were very serious. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 months had passed. 3 months had passed. On this day, the Wan Mugen was completely smelted into the world seed. The world seed became brighter, and there were some small cracks on it, as if something was about to break out of its cocoon. The aura it exuded was even more vast and primitive. At the same time, his nameless Tao Law became even more shocking. His essence, qi, and spirit became even stronger, as if there was a qualitative change. The next moment he opened his eyes. "Peak Divine King," he muttered to himself. In 3 months, the Wan Mugen had been completely smelted into the world seed. His body had also benefited quite a lot. His cultivation had risen from the mid-Divine King realm to the peak Divine King realm. At this moment, he clenched his fist gently. The first thing he felt was that the strength of his physical body had become much stronger. Then he looked inside his body. The divine energy in his body had become denser. His sea of consciousness had become more vast, and his spirit had become more shocking. All in all, he was much stronger than he was 3 months ago. Sensing the changes in his body, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then he stood up and stretched his body slightly. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds rang out. Lightning arcs naturally lingered on the surface of his body. The intertwining aura was extremely frightening. "You've reached the peak Divine King realm. How fast! The world seed's evolution has brought about many benefits." Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. After all, it's something that even ancient existences who have surpassed the divine emperor realm coveted. It's naturally extraordinary. Lin Tiandao said nothing. He did not say anything else. Instead, he took another deep breath. Then he called the Whooshing Crocodile and the little Taichu to leave the place. Soon, they walked out of the mountain and appeared in the outside world. Then, "How do we find the divine item that you mentioned?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tiandao thought for a moment and said, "First, we need to understand this world. Who are you?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out and interrupted him. Chapter 1934. More than a dozen youths appeared. Each of them was full of energy. In the blink of an eye, they were only a few feet away from Lin Tian and the others. "He's not from our clan. He's a human." Their eyes fell on Lin Tian, and all of them narrowed their eyes. Why would a human appear in our mysterious ancient clan's world? "Don't talk nonsense. Our great emperor has ordered that anyone suspicious should be captured and sent back. Suppress them, cripple them, and bring them back." More than a dozen people's eyes were cold. Some of them moved directly toward Lin Tian, and divine power surged out of their bodies. Mysterious ancient clan? Lin Tian was a little surprised. One of the 6 legendary clans in the Void World? Sure enough, it's related to the Grand Supreme. He muttered to himself. When he was in Daffin Divine Land, he heard from Qin Jin that the mysterious ancient clan was one of the 6 legendary clans. He had guessed that this clan was related to the Grand Supreme, and he never thought that it was true. While thinking about this, he moved his mind, and a wisp of divine king pressure surged out. It made the youths of the mysterious ancient clan stop in their tracks and tremble violently. At the same time, more than a dozen people trembled violently and their expressions changed. Divine King. More than a dozen people showed a terrified expression. Their cultivation was not weak, but they were only in the true God realm. Facing the Divine King pressure released by Lin Tian, how could they bear it? Suddenly they could not move. Lin Tian looked at the dozen people, and his divine sense moved slightly. A wisp of divine sense origin went directly into the sea of consciousness of one of them. He wanted to find the divine item that could make the seed of the world take root and germinate in this world. Naturally, he had to understand this big world. After more than 15 minutes, his divine sense origin went into this person's sea of consciousness. After that, he withdrew his divine sense origin. Mysterious ancient clan, mysterious ancient big world, he muttered to himself. After searching this man's sea of consciousness, he learned that this world was called the mysterious ancient macro world. Just like the chaotic world, there was only one big clan, the mysterious ancient clan, except for some ferocious beasts and birds. The mysterious ancient clan was led by the Grand Elder. At the same time, he learned another thing from this person's sea of consciousness. There was a very terrifying place in the mysterious ancient macro world called the mysterious Yellow Valley. Mysterious yellow chi gushed out from that place. It was very terrifying. Even the master of the mysterious ancient clan, Taishang, did not dare to enter that place. The mysterious yellow chi was too terrifying. Profound yellow valley, profound yellow essence. There was a flash of light in his eyes. In the beginning, the world was turbid, intertwined with endless Hongmeng chi. A wisp of it was as heavy as Mount Tai and could crush everything. Then the turbid world dispersed. After the world was truly opened, there were 4 kinds of chi, namely the chaotic chi, the yin-yang chi, the 5 elements chi, and the mysterious yellow essence. When these 4 kinds of chi reached a certain concentration, they would condense into something like crystals. The chaotic chi condensed into the chaotic saint source, the yin-yang chi condensed into the yin-yang silk, the 5 elements chi gave birth to the 5 elements egg, and the mysterious yellow essence condensed into the mysterious yellow essence. In this mysterious ancient big world, there was a mysterious yellow valley full of mysterious yellow chi, and even the Grand Supreme did not dare to enter the depths. He guessed that the mysterious yellow essence was one of the divine items necessary for the seed of the world to blossom and bear fruit. He briefly explained this matter to Whooshing Crocodile and the others. At the same time, he slightly moved his mind. The space was distorted and killing lights were drawn one after another, crushing the dozen people of the mysterious ancient clan. They were all enemies, so there was no need to be merciful. Even the Grand Supreme does not dare to enter the mysterious Yellow Valley. Whooshing Crocodile widened his eyes. It sounds like a forbidden zone similar to the sky-reaching valley in the Daffin Divine Land. Even if it's a forbidden zone, I still have to go there. Lin Tiandao. Immediately, he called Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu, and then they headed towards the southeast of the mysterious Yellow Great World. According to the information he had searched before, the mysterious Yellow Valley was located there. At the same time, he reminded them to be careful and try to hide their auras as much as possible. The entire mysterious ancient clan was looking for them, and many divine emperors had been dispatched. Although his battle strength was very strong now, he could easily defeat divine emperors. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the gap between the divine king realm and the divine emperor realm. The gap between the divine king realm and the divine emperor realm was far greater than the lower realms. Even if he had the supreme reincarnation body, he could not resist a divine emperor realm expert with his peak divine king cultivation. The gap between their battle strength was really difficult to overcome. Perhaps only people like Wu Yi could ignore it. They concealed their auras and moved forward at a fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had left dozens of great gods behind. However, even though they carefully concealed their auras, they were still discovered by the cultivators of the mysterious ancient clan. There were simply too many experts from the mysterious ancient clan. They were searching for suspicious people all over the world. Human. A dozen experts of the mysterious ancient clan appeared in this place, led by a middle-aged man who was at the peak divine king realm. How could a human appear in our world? The dozen of them were shocked. Catch him, the middle-aged man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the other dozen people took action. All of them were at the heavenly god realm, and their auras were magnificent. In that instant, rumbling sounds rang out. The entire void couldn't help but trembling greatly. Lin Tian raised his hand and was about to take action, but Whooshing Crocodile rushed out first. Kid, let Lord Crocodile do it. I haven't fought for a long time. If I don't fight now, my bones will rust. Whooshing Crocodile spoke, and the 5 elements divine light surged like a 5 elements tsunami, pressing down on the dozen people. Chi, chi, chi. The divine power of the dozen mysterious ancient clan practitioners collapsed and was crushed by the 5 elements divine light. Then the 5 elements divine light did not slow down, and it landed on the dozen people, causing them to explode one after another. Great 5 elements, soul-destroying skill. It sneered, and a large amount of 5 elements divine light fell, mixed with an even more terrifying power, enveloping the dozen people's bodies and spiritual souls. Screams were heard, and the dozen people's spiritual souls struggled to escape. Unfortunately, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, all of them were crushed into nothingness. Not bad, Lin Tian said with a smile. Yeah. Little Tai Chu also spoke, looking at Whooshing Crocodile and blinking. Of course. Whooshing Crocodile raised its head, looking quite proud. All these years, it and little Tai Chu followed Lin Tian. Basically, Lin Tian was the one doing the fighting, and it and little Tai Chu did not have a chance to fight. However, it had refined so many immortal treasures along the way, and its own bloodline was extraordinary, so its combat power was naturally not weak. Although it was not as good as Lin Tian and little Tai Chu in the same realm, it could easily kill ordinary cultivators in the same realm. Show off. Lin Tian glanced at it. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying divine power gushed out, carrying the pressure of a divine king sweeping across the space. The face of the divine King Peak expert from the mysterious ancient clan darkened. The dozen subordinates that followed him were all killed in the blink of an eye. How dare you trespass into the territory of the mysterious ancient clan and kill my people? You've got guts. His voice was cold, and he directly attacked. He reached out his hand to grab Whooshing Crocodile, and at the same time covered Lin Tian and little Tai Chu. Lin Tian did not move. He looked at Whooshing Crocodile and said with a smile, Master Crocodile, you continue. Whooshing Crocodile immediately rolled its eyes and said, Get lost, you go! It was only at the heavenly god level, so how could it block a divine King Peak expert? With a whoosh, it flashed behind Lin Tian. It doesn't matter who attacks. You'll all end up as a prisoner. The divine king from the mysterious ancient clan said coldly, If it weren't for the fact that our great emperor wants to personally interrogate all suspicious people, I would have killed all of you. With a rumbling sound, the divine king's light intertwined with the divine king palm pressed down on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian smiled. He did not move, but the divine king's pressure surged, causing the void to vibrate. With a bang, the divine king's palm was blown away. At the same time, the divine king's opponent was forced to retreat a few hundred feet. You, godly King Xiangu, was astonished. Lin Tian was the same as him, a peak-level godly king. He had the impression that Lin Tian was a godly emperor cultivator. Lin Tian's qi was terrifying. It felt like the qi of a godly emperor. Whoosh! The divine king immediately retreated, turning into a beam of light and shooting into the distance. As a divine king, his eyesight was not weak. However, when he faced Lin Tian's divine king pressure, his heart trembled. Naturally, he knew that he was no match for Lin Tian. If he stayed, he would die. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. He actually escaped? He's really fast. The whooshing crocodile could not help but roll his eyes. Lin Tian did not say anything. Looking at the divine king from the mysterious ancient clan, he took a simple step forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of the divine king and blocked his path. The divine king from the mysterious ancient clan trembled. He hurriedly moved in another direction and continued to escape. However, Lin Tian was much faster than him. In an instant, he appeared in front of the divine king again. Lin Tian immediately formed the four-symbol seal, enveloping the divine king within it. As soon as the four-symbol seal appeared, a powerful sealing force surged, causing the divine king from the mysterious ancient clan to tremble. "Stop! Stop!" The divine king shouted. His face was filled with obvious fear. He no longer had the cold arrogance from before. Lin Tian was too lazy to say anything to the divine king. The four symbols seal vibrated, sealing the divine king's movements. After probing the divine king's situation with his origin spirit, he directly erased the divine king's spirit, leaving behind a complete flesh shell. "Why did you leave the flesh shell?" The whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu flashed over. The whooshing crocodile asked curiously. He could see that Lin Tian had deliberately left the flesh shell behind. Chapter 1935. In response to whooshing crocodile's doubts, Lin Tiandao said, "That sword strike made the Grand Elder angry. Now, many experts of the mysterious ancient clan are searching for suspicious people all over the world. It will be very difficult for us to reach the Xianhuang Valley easily. Just like just now, we were discovered by the mysterious ancient clan in the blink of an eye." Then he continued, "Leave this person's flesh shell. Later, I will control it with my spirit. My body and yours will enter the immortal Emperor Pagoda. I will use this divine king of the mysterious ancient clan to open a path and avoid all troubles." Hearing this, whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. "Good, kid, this is a very good idea." Lin Tiandao nodded. He took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda and put whooshing crocodile and little Taichu into it. Then his spirit stepped out of his body and entered the flesh shell of the mysterious ancient clan's divine king before putting his body into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Then he did not stay in this place. He flew straight to the Xianhuang Valley at a very fast speed. Search carefully. Check every corner. He drove the flesh shell of the mysterious ancient clan's divine king to the Xianhuang Valley. Along the way, he encountered groups of experts of the mysterious ancient clan who were carefully searching every corner. There were also divine emperors patrolling in all directions. He was very glad that he had left behind the flesh shell of the divine monarch of the mysterious ancient race. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to safely reach the Xianhuang Valley. The difficulty was simply too great. He had left the flesh shell of the mysterious ancient clan's divine king and used a special immortal medicine to make it exude the aura of life. Now, in the eyes of the mysterious ancient clan's cultivators, he was like a member of the mysterious ancient clan. Naturally, they would not be wary of him. Even if someone greeted him, he would be able to respond naturally. Because he had searched the divine king's sea of consciousness before, he knew his specific identity, his various experiences, and the mysterious ancient clan's cultivators he was familiar with. As such, he used the flesh shell of the ancient, godly king and appeared outside a huge valley a day later. As far as the eye could see, there were quite a number of crimson stones at the periphery of the valley, but there was nothing special about them. However, when one looked into the depths of the valley, there was a yellow chi flow that would surge out from time to time, causing the air to distort inch by inch. "That's the black yellow chi," Lin Tian frowned. This was the Xianhuang Valley. At this time, even though he was just outside the Xianhuang Valley, he could feel that the yellow airflow inside the valley was not simple. It seemed to contain a terrifying power that could crush everything. It was very frightening. At the same time, he felt the world seed in his physical body within the immortal Emperor Pagoda tremble again. This time, it trembled more violently than before. This caused a glint of light to flash across his eyes. According to this situation, his guess was correct. This place, this Xianhuang Valley, definitely had the black-yellow essence. Immediately, he rode the flesh shell of the ancient godly king into the Xianhuang Valley. Then he took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda in a completely deserted corner and let out the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu. Then his spirit returned to his physical body. Xianhuang Valley? We're here? The whooshing crocodile asked as he looked around. Lin Tian nodded and put the flesh shell of the ancient godly king into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Then he put the immortal Emperor Pagoda into his body. Now that he was in the Xianhuang Valley, he did not need the flesh shell for the time being. However, when he left the Xianhuang Valley, he might need it. Therefore, he put it into the immortal Emperor Pagoda for the time being. Let's go. Be careful. He called out to the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu and walked into the valley. In the Xianhuang Valley, there were crimson, yellow cliffs everywhere. There was not a single plant, and there was no sense of life. A man and two beasts walked in the valley. They felt that the air was much heavier than the outside world. There was even a sense of oppression as they walked, as if the sky was about to fall. Soon, they walked 100 feet into the Xianhuang Valley. In front of them, there were several corpses on the ground. There were many transparent holes in the front and back of the corpses. It was unknown how long they had been dead, but they were still surrounded by extraordinary divine power fluctuations. It seems that they were godly king experts when they were alive. The whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. He was a peak godly king, so he could easily sense the aura and realm of the corpses in front of him. They were all godly kings when they were alive. This made him frown, slightly. The Xianhuang Valley was known as the most terrible life forbidden zone in the Xianhuang Great World. It seemed that this was true. They were not too far from the edge of the valley, but there were already godly king experts who had died here. Be careful, he reminded the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu again. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook as if something was about to rush out from the ground. Lin Tian opened his delusion breaker divine eye and looked at the ground. Immediately, his expression changed. He immediately summoned his godly king-level divine power and wrapped the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu with a golden divine light. He then moved them 100 feet away. Almost at the moment he moved away, streaks of yellow qi rushed out from the ground like steam. They did not destroy the ground, but the fluctuations it contained made one's scalp tingle. Xianhuang qi. The whooshing crocodile trembled. Naturally, it could tell at a glance what the yellow qi was. Lin Tianyi had already seen it with his delusion breaker divine eye, so his expression did not change. Were these people killed by the Xianhuang qi that rushed out? He glanced at the few godly king corpses on the ground, not far away. It was also at this moment that Xianhuang qi rushed out from the ground where the corpses were. It was like a fountain gushing out. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the corpses, causing them to disintegrate and then shatter into pieces. He could not help but be moved again. From this scene, it seemed that many people had died in this place before. Some of those who had died had their bodies crushed by the Xianhuang qi when they had just died. Some of the corpses had been preserved after their deaths, but they were destroyed by the Xianhuang qi not long after. Now that they had reached this place, they only saw a few corpses that had been preserved until now. He wrapped the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu with a golden divine light and moved quickly with the yin-yang steps. In the end, he also used the 5 heavenly thunders technique. Together with the yin-yang steps, he raised his speed to the limit and dodged the Xianhuang qi. The fluctuations contained in the Xianhuang qi were really terrifying. He estimated that even a divine emperor expert would not dare to face it head-on. Once they were brushed by it, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. He used the 5 heavenly thunders technique and the yin-yang steps to increase his speed. He avoided all the Xianhuang qi that rushed up from the ground. He stepped out of this area and walked to a deeper place in the valley. In front of him, huge cracks appeared on the surface of the ground. It was so big that it was like an abyss, but it was not very deep. It was roughly 30 meters deep, and it was filled with mysterious yellow qi. It was surging like magma, and it was very terrifying. "This is really—" Whooshing Crocodile looked down and could not help but swallow his saliva. The abyss was full of Xianhuang qi. If he fell into it, even a peak divine emperor would die on the spot. Little Taichu could not help but shrink his neck. He then shrank his body and lay in Lin Tian's hair. He looked around in Lin Tian's hair and felt very safe. "Make some space for Lord Crocodile." Whooshing Crocodile saw this and followed suit. He shrank his body and lay in Lin Tian's hair. Lin Tian was very careful. He looked around at the Xianhuang qi in the abyss and walked deeper into the valley. Judging from the trembling of the world seed, the Xianhuang qi was in a deeper place in the valley. Rumble. Suddenly, under an abyss not far away, there was a strange sound in the Xianhuang qi. Lin Tian stopped and tilted his head to look. Then his expression changed. Chapter 1936. Amidst the surging Xianhuang qi, a pair of cold eyes suddenly opened. It was so terrifying that Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, the Whooshing Crocodile and the little Taichu's expressions changed as well. That kind of surging black and yellow qi. Even if the Divine Lord fell in, they would definitely not be able to get away with it. They would be injured. But now a pair of eyes had actually opened. What kind of terrifying existence was that? How could it survive in the surging Xianhuang qi? Under the Xianhuang qi, the cold eyes stared at Lin Tian and the others without blinking. They seemed to be deep in thought. Little boy walked quietly and slowly. "Don't provoke it." The Whooshing Crocodile swallowed his saliva. "Yeah." The little Taichu murmured in a low voice. It shrank its neck and shrank its body even smaller, burying itself in Lin Tian's hair. It was really frightened by the eyes under the Xianhuang qi. Lin Tian's state of mind was very tough, but at this time he felt a chill run down his spine. He moved carefully and walked into the Xianhuang Valley. Although the eyes under the Xianhuang qi were staring at them, they didn't seem to show any murderous aura. He walked into the Xianhuang Valley. However, in the abyss within the surging Xianhuang qi, the eyes were still staring at them, and the eyes followed his movements. This made his heart skip a beat. He walked more slowly into the Xianhuang Valley, wary of the eyes. Boom! Suddenly, in the abyss, under the surging Xianhuang qi, the cold eyes brightened a little. Then they suddenly moved. They rushed out of the abyss and rushed toward Lin Tian and the others. For a moment, under the abyss, the Xianhuang qi surged in all directions. When the Xianhuang qi completely dispersed, the body of the eyes appeared. It was a strange beast covered in purple scales. The strange beast was about 10 feet tall. It looked like a qilin, but was not one. Its eyes were deep and cold. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the two beasts. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu's expressions all changed. Lin Tian circulated the Heart Sutra of the sun and was about to escape. However, the aura emitted by the strange beast was too strong. It suppressed all directions, and the surrounding space was forcibly sealed. It was to the extent that he couldn't even move for a moment. His body seemed to have been petrified, and it was also as if a piece of the blue sky had fallen on his shoulders. Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu were naturally frightened as well. At this moment, they were affected by the exotic beast and couldn't move. The strange beast's cold eyes stared at Lin Tian. Its gaze fell on Lin Tian's hair and then on little Taichu. That's right, it's the immortal spirit imperial family. It opened its mouth and spoke in a very low voice. As it spoke, in this place in the Xianhuang Valley, the Xianhuang Qi under the abyss surged even more violently. There was a vast and terrifying aura gushing out. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble again. The aura emitted by the strange beast at this time was too terrifying. It terrified him. This kind of aura was definitely beyond the level of the divine emperor. He never expected that in this Xianhuang Valley, there was not only the raging Xianhuang Qi that was very dangerous, but also an existence of such a level. Then, a strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. According to the strange beast's words, it was obviously coming for the little guy. Now, facing the majestic aura of the strange beast, they couldn't even move. They were completely glued to the ground. The shadow of death appeared for the first time, pressing toward him like a storm. He gritted his teeth. His body couldn't move, but his mind moved. He tried his best to communicate with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Now, in the face of such a terrifying exotic beast, they were suppressed by its powerful aura and couldn't move. They had no power to resist at all. Only by summoning the divine sword could they possibly escape. However, he had just communicated with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness for a few breaths' time. In the next moment, his body could suddenly move. At the same time, above his head, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu also regained the ability to move. This made him immediately change his expression, and he looked at the exotic beast again. He felt that the strange beast had deliberately restrained its aura at this time, so that they could move again. He paused and didn't run. Instead, he saluted the strange beast. "Greetings, Senior." "What are you doing, Senior?" This exotic beast was so terrifying that it could kill them easily. There was no way he could escape. Moreover, the strange beast had deliberately restrained its aura just now to prevent its powerful aura from suppressing them. From the looks of it, the strange beast definitely didn't have any hostility towards them. The exotic beast was about 10 feet tall, and its eyes were as deep as the boundless galaxy. It looked at Lin Tian, or rather, at the little Taichu above Lin Tian's head. "I have a request. I want to ask for some blood of the descendants of the immortal spirit royal family." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the man and the two beasts changed. Yeah. Although the little Taichu was a little afraid of this exotic beast, it couldn't help but be angry at this moment. The strange beast actually wanted its blood. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed and he took a step back. "Senior, what do you mean by this? What do you want the little guy's blood for?" The strange beast suddenly opened its mouth and asked for little Taichu's blood. He didn't know what the strange beast wanted the little Taichu's blood for, nor did he know how much it wanted. But it definitely wasn't a good thing for the little guy. Therefore, even if he knew very well that the strange beast could directly kill them and take the little Taichu's blood, he couldn't help but be vigilant. The exotic beast clearly saw Lin Tian's vigilance, but it didn't do anything. Its words were very simple and concise. "I don't want much for healing. A dozen drops are enough. It won't have any negative effects on the descendants of the immortal spirit royal family." Hearing that the strange beast only wanted a dozen drops of the little guy's blood, Lin Tianyi relaxed a little. Although losing a dozen drops of blood wasn't a good thing for the little guy, it really wouldn't have any negative effects on the little guy. After that, he suddenly discovered that there was actually an extremely deep crack on the exotic beast's body. He could even vaguely see its internal organs through the crack, and an incomparably terrifying wave of destruction was wreaking havoc within. This was definitely an extremely serious injury. Above his head, the Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu also noticed the wound on the exotic beast's body. Their expressions changed. Who did this? The Wuxing Crocodile swallowed his saliva. This exotic beast was extremely terrifying. It was definitely beyond the level of a god emperor, but someone was able to injure it so severely. The exotic beast didn't react to Lin Tian, the Wuxing Crocodile, and the little Taichu staring at the wound on its body. only a cold light intertwined in its eyes. However, this cold light wasn't directed at the human and two beasts, but at the person who caused it such an injury. I'm from the bound of universe, and I won't take the blood of the descendants of the immortal spirit royal family for free. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. The exotic beast spoke. When these words came out, the human and two beasts' expressions changed again. You're from the bound of universe. Chapter 1937. At the beginning of the world, there was mysterious yellow chi. It was one of the most powerful primordial chi in the world. Although this chi was not as terrifying as the primordial chi, it was still very terrifying. It could suppress and annihilate all living things. In ancient myths and legends, there was once a sacred creature born in mysterious yellow chi. It was called mysterious yellow chi. It had once caused great turmoil in the world and was called the great evil of eternity. Lin Tian did not expect that the strange beast in front of him would call itself Xian Huang. Sir, are you the legendary Xian Huang? Wuxing Crocodile said with a trembling voice. It originally wanted to ask if the other party was the legendary Great Evil, but in the end it swallowed the word Great Evil and changed it to Xian Huang. After all, it did not want to make the creature in front of it unhappy. If it really did, it would probably be swallowed on the spot. Yeah. Little Tai Chu also stared. It had heard of that ancient legend. The strange beast naturally knew what the man and the two beasts were thinking at this time. Its expression did not change at all. As you think. As soon as these words came out, the man and the two beasts immediately felt their hearts palpitate. It's really... Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. The ancient great evil in the legends actually existed, and at this moment, it was standing in front of them. For a moment, he was a little confused. The great evil? Can you? Xuan Huang's voice sounded again. It looked at Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu. Obviously, the man and the two beasts understood what it meant. It was asking if they were willing to give a dozen drops of little Tai Chu's blood. Little guy, what do you think? Lin Tian asked little Tai Chu. Losing a dozen drops of blood would not affect little Tai Chu at all, but it still depended on the little guy's opinion. What's there to consider? If we don't agree, we'll all be swallowed. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Its voice was very soft, but it was still heard by Xian Huang. Don't worry. Even if you are unwilling, we will not do anything to you, said Xian Huang emotionlessly. We're not afraid of the celestial spirit imperial clan, but we won't be enemies with them either. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Was this really the legendary great, ferocious beast? Why did he look like he was easy to talk to? At the same time, he was also shocked by another matter. The immortal spirit imperial family that the little guy belonged to was even more terrifying than he had imagined. In the past, he had always thought that the strongest member of the celestial spirit imperial family was the celestial emperor. However, when he was in the Brahma Holy Land, he had heard the soul shadow, who had surpassed the celestial emperor realm, say something like the old devil of the celestial spirit imperial family. And now, the soul shadow in front of him was treating the celestial spirit imperial family in such a manner. It was clear that the celestial emperor wasn't the strongest member of the celestial spirit imperial family. There was definitely a peerless existence in the celestial spirit imperial family. Is it possible? Profound Yellow spoke again, interrupting Lin Tian's thoughts. Lin Tian stopped thinking and asked the little fellow for her opinion. Yeah. The little fellow murmured and flew out from Lin Tian's hair. Because Profound Yellow seemed to be easy to talk to, it was not afraid of Profound Yellow at this time. It said in a childish voice, I want the profound yellow essence. Lin Tian had come here to look for the profound yellow essence. This thing was very important to Lin Tian, as it was related to whether the world seed could take root and germinate. The little fellow thought that it would not be a loss if it could exchange 10 drops of blood for a piece of the profound yellow essence. Lin Tian knew that the little fellow had agreed to Profound Yellow's request. Then he couldn't help but feel a little moved by the little fellow's request. The little fellow knew that he urgently needed the Profound Yellow essence, so he directly made such a request to Profound Yellow. Profound Yellow knew that the little fellow had agreed to his request. He immediately nodded at the little fellow's request. A divine light flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, a divine brilliance rushed out from the depths of the Profound Yellow Valley and fell in front of the little Taichu in the blink of an eye. It was a fist-sized reddish-yellow crystal, intertwined with extremely dense, profound yellow qi. This is the Profound Yellow Essence. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. The world seed existed in his body, so naturally he could feel it the most clearly. This thing was the Profound Yellow Essence. Yeah. The little fellow seemed to be very happy. It flapped its wings and handed the Profound Yellow Essence to Lin Tian, as if it was presenting a treasure. Thank you, little fellow. Lin Tian took the Profound Yellow Essence from the little fellow and rubbed the little fellow's little head. This was what the little fellow exchanged for with its own blood. Yeah. Little Taichu's big eyes curved. Although it had been so many years since it was born, it was still like a child, cute and naive. Then the little fellow looked at Profound Yellow. Its little claws shook and 20 drops of blood flew out, floating toward Profound Yellow. Profound Yellow's eyes flashed. Profound Yellow light surged out of his body and absorbed the 20 drops of blood into his body. The blood essence of the immortal spirit royal family is comparable to the divine medicine of heaven and earth. Originally, 12 drops were enough. 20 drops of immortal spirit royal family's blood is even more effective for me. He spoke, his eyes falling on the little Taichu. His voice was slightly calmer. Descendant of the immortal spirit royal family, is there anything else you want? As long as you can do it, I will satisfy you. Facing Profound Yellow's gaze and hearing Profound Yellow's words, the little Taichu blinked and then looked at Lin Tian. The little fellow was very innocent. There was nothing he wanted. Seeing the little fellow's reaction, Profound Yellow's gaze also fell on Lin Tian. Human, is there anything you need? His meaning was obvious. Since the little fellow looked at Lin Tian, then he would also satisfy Lin Tian's request. Lin Tian naturally understood Profound Yellow's meaning. He did not argue and said, I have some questions to ask. He asked, Senior, what are the cultivation levels above the divine Emperor realm? He was sure that the ancient great evil in front of him was definitely in existence beyond the divine Emperor realm. Such an existence must know the cultivation levels after the divine Emperor realm. He was very curious about this. Hearing his question, the Wuxing Crocodile's eyes immediately lit up. He also looked at Profound Yellow. He was also very curious about this. Even the innocent little Taichu was no exception. His gaze also fell on Profound Yellow. Profound Yellow light intertwined around Profound Yellow's body. It was pure and rich, and there was a sense of vastness. After the divine Emperor realm, there are 7 realms. They are Secondary Saint, Saint, Saint King, Saint Venerable, Ruler, Void Sky, and Heaven Reaching. It explained simply. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. The Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu were the same. Secondary Saint, Saint, Saint King, Saint Venerable, Ruler, Void Sky, and Heaven Reaching. These were the cultivation levels after the divine Emperor realm. Senior, how do you generally cultivate these 7 great realms? Is there anything you need to pay special attention to? Lin Tian asked again. Chapter 1938. Knowing the division of cultivation levels after the God Emperor realm was just a superficial knowledge. The most important thing was how to cultivate in the various realms after that. Knowing these things would save him a lot of detours in the future. Shen Huang said, after reaching the peak of the God Emperor realm, one will begin to transform the divine power in one's body into saint power. When all the divine power in one's body is completely transformed into saint power, one can step into the quasi-saint realm. This process is very difficult. For example, it is very difficult for one quasi-saint to emerge among tens of thousands of peak God-Emperor realm cultivators. Lin Tian was moved. After reaching the peak of the God-Emperor realm, one had to refine the divine power in one's body again and transform it into saint power? Right when the King of Chaos and the others summoned the 12-winged Saint Emissary, there seemed to be a very special fluctuation in his power. I didn't understand it at that time, but now it seems that it should be the fluctuation of saint power. He muttered to himself in his heart. Thinking of this, he was shocked by the difficulty of the process of transforming divine power into saint power. It was very difficult for one quasi-saint to emerge among tens of thousands of peak God-Emperors. This difficulty was really frightening. No wonder even the King of Chaos couldn't become a quasi-saint for a long time. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu were also shocked and couldn't help but stare. Lin Tian paused and continued to ask, "What about the realms after that?" After one's cultivation base reaches quasi-saint, one will begin to refine saint power, which is similar to refining divine power after reaching the transcending immortal realm. Of course, the difficulty is different. The difficulty of refining saint power is more difficult than transforming divine power into saint power. Xian Huang explained to Lin Tian the cultivation essentials of quasi-saint realm and the next few realms after that. Then, it also gave Lin Tian some detailed divisions of the next 7 realms: quasi-saint realm, saint king realm, and saint venerable realm. These 4 realms were divided into 9 small steps, and the difference in battle strength between each small step was like heaven and earth. As for the ruler realm, void sky realm, and connecting sky realm, these 3 realms didn't have 9 small steps or small divisions like the early, middle, and peak stages. They only had the complete names of the realms. Lin Tian listened carefully and memorized every cultivation essentials mentioned by Xian Huang. These were all valuable experiences that would be of great use to his future cultivation. "Thank you, Senior. I have one last question to ask," Lin Tiandao said. "Senior should know about the heaven of Nihility realm, right? How should I enter the celestial void world?" After one's cultivation reaches the quasi-saint realm, one's divine consciousness will be many times stronger than an emperor god's. At that time, one will naturally be able to sense the location of the celestial void realm. After that, one can use saint power to break the world barrier of the celestial void realm and enter it. It paused for a moment, looked at Lin Tian, and asked, "Are you interested in the heaven of Nihility?" Lin Tianwei stared blankly for a moment before nodding. Even God Emperor level powerhouses would break their heads just to enter the legendary Great World. Naturally, he would be interested. Hearing this, Xian Huang looked at Lin Tian, then at Little Taichu, and then at Lin Tian. "Do you want to go in?" Lin Tian was stunned again. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu also widened their eyes. "Do you want to go in?" Why did it sound like this legendary, peerless being was going to send them up there? "Can you send us up?" Lin Tian asked in a probing manner. A glimmer involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes were even brighter. He stared at Xian Huang without blinking. The celestial void realm is filled with divine qi. There are many immortal fates and many divine treasures. With your current cultivation, once you enter it, your cultivation speed will increase by leaps and bounds. It will be many times easier to break through to the quasi-saint realm in that great world than in the world below, Xian Huang said. Looking at Lin Tian, his eyes became deep. He said, "I can send you to the celestial void realm. However, in exchange, you have to promise to do something for me after you go to the celestial void realm." Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He thought for a moment and asked, "What is it that you want me to do?" He was a little puzzled. With the cultivation of this person in front of him, If he could do it, he could do it with just a thought. Why did he want him to help? Even if this person had some unspeakable difficulties and couldn't go to the celestial void realm on his own for the time being, with his ability, he could just find an emperor god to help him enter the celestial void realm. Then he could do it. Why did he have to drag it out until now? From his expression, Yi Futian could see that this matter was very important to him. Xian Huang had lived for countless years. Naturally, he could tell what Lin Tian was thinking at this time. He said, "There is a great enemy in the celestial void realm. Now that we are seriously injured, it is difficult for us to completely conceal our aura. Once we enter, we will be discovered at the first moment. With our current injured body, it is difficult for us to deal with it. We cannot go there on our own." He looked at Lin Tian and continued, "As for other ordinary people, we cannot trust them. However, we can trust the descendants of the immortal spirit royal family and their companions." Lin Tian heard this and immediately understood. He glanced at the little Taichu beside him. It seemed that this person in front of him had a very good impression of the immortal spirit royal family. Also, this matter is not difficult. A true immortal can do it. At the same time, there is no danger. Xian Huang spoke again and continued, "As for the rules of heaven and earth of the celestial void realm, after entering, it is difficult for those below the Dominator realm to come down. You don't have to worry. We will tell you how to come down after entering the celestial void realm." When Lin Tian heard this, he was surprised again. That matter, could a true immortal do it? Moreover, there was no danger. Thinking of this, he was also moved by another point in the other's words. When the 12-winged divine emissary was summoned from the celestial void realm by the King of Chaos and the others, he had seen him twice. After that, according to the other's situation, he vaguely guessed that in the celestial void realm, it was very difficult for ordinary people to come down. Now it seemed that it was indeed so. It turned out that in the celestial void realm, it was very difficult for people below the Dominator realm to break through the world barrier of the celestial void realm and enter this world. Then he was shocked by Xian Huang's strength. It was difficult for people below the Dominator realm to come down, but the other party casually said that he could tell them how to enter the celestial void realm and come down. It seemed that he did not care about the rules of heaven and earth of the celestial void realm at all. This was beyond the Dominator realm. He paused and took a deep breath to suppress the surprise in his heart. He looked at Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu, and then looked at Xian Huang and said, "This junior can promise senior, but senior, can you give us some time and send us to the celestial void realm after a while? We want to go back to our homeland first. It won't take too long." Chapter 1939. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Profound Yellow asked, "How long will it take?" 10 years at most. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "All right." Profound Yellow nodded. "When you come back from your homeland, I will open the door to the void realm for you. At that time, I will tell you what I have entrusted you." 10 years was a long time for ordinary people, but for an existence like Profound Yellow it was really nothing. 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye. "Yes, senior." Lin Tian nodded. Next, he, the 5 Elements Crocodile, and little Tai Chu stayed in this place for 3 days. During this time, they asked Xian Huang more about cultivation and the celestial realm of nothingness. At the same time, they learned that Xian Huang had lived here for countless years. The reason it lived here was because the Xian Huang Qi here was very dense, which was suitable for a saint's spirit born from Xian Huang to heal. 3 days later, he bid farewell to Profound Yellow and prepared to leave for the 10 Directions celestial domain. At the same time, he used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to collect enough Profound Yellow Qi. This Profound Yellow Qi was much more terrifying than ordinary Profound Yellow Qi. Even divine emperors could not bear it. However, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was made of primordial heavenly crystal, so it was not difficult for it to bear the uncontrollable Profound Yellow Qi. Made of primordial heavenly crystal? You have some good stuff. Seeing the immortal Emperor Pagoda, Profound Yellow's eyes narrowed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Divine weapons made of primordial, heavenly crystal would make divine emperors jealous. Even Saint Realm experts would consider it a peerless, immortal treasure. However, Profound Yellow had been in this world for too long, and his cultivation base was also very strong, far beyond the Saint Realm. Although primordial heavenly crystal was extraordinary, Profound Yellow had seen several kinds of supreme treasures that were comparable to primordial heavenly crystal. I got it by luck, Lin Tian said modestly. He dared to summon the immortal Emperor Pagoda in front of Profound Yellow to collect the Profound Yellow Chi here because he felt that there was absolutely no problem with this person's character. It was impossible that this person would steal his immortal Emperor Pagoda. It can grow infinitely if you use your heart to forge it. The Xianhuang Dao then warned, after you go to the heavenly void world, before you reach the sovereign realm, try not to manifest it. Just temper it in secret. If you encounter a situation where you have to use it against an enemy, you must ensure that you can definitely kill the enemy after manifesting it. Otherwise, once news of it leaks out, it will be a disaster. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Junior understands. Lin Tiandao, a divine weapon forged from the Grand Mist heavenly crystal, was definitely an immortal treasure. Once it was discovered, countless people would fight over it. He was very clear about this. He had experienced this many times. Then he bid farewell to the Xianhuang Valley again and left with Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. If I want to return to the 10 Directions celestial domain, I'll just leave the mysterious, ancient, great world from here. I'm too lazy to walk too much. Wuxing Crocodile said, Sure. Lin Tiandao. He had already obtained the mysterious yellow essence, which was much smoother than he had imagined. Moreover, he had also met an ancient existence like the Xianhuang. Soon, he would be able to enter the legendary heavenly void world. It could be said that he had gained a lot. Now he could leave directly. Just outside the Xianhuang Valley, he activated his divine power and directly tore open a world portal that led to the outside of the mysterious, ancient, great world. In fact, there was one more thing he wanted to do in this world, and that was to kill the Grand Supreme. However, with his current strength, he was obviously not a match for the Grand Supreme. Perhaps he could ask the Xianhuang to lend him a trace of power. Just a trace of power would be enough to kill the Grand Supreme. However, that was meaningless. He wanted to rely on himself to kill the Grand Supreme. Let's go, he said. Wrapped in golden divine light, Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu, he stepped into the world portal and disappeared in an instant. Not long after that, they stepped out from the world gate and appeared in the boundless starry sky. Then he tore open the starry sky passage. Not long after, he appeared in front of a vast star with Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. The vast star was colorful, and there were wisps of familiar auras intertwined around it. I'm back. This vast star was the 10 Directions ancient star where the 10 Directions heavenly domain was located. Now that he appeared here, he was a little emotional. It had been more than 1,000 years since he last left here. At the same time, he was more speechless than emotional. The reason why he left for more than 1,000 years was that he accidentally entered the crack of the world. 3 years was equivalent to 1,000 years in the outside world. In his mind, he had only left for a few years. Damn the crack of the world. He cursed in his heart. Then he took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and smiled again. No matter how much time had passed, he was finally back. On this colorful vast star, there were his wife, sister, daughter, and other elders and old friends. Thinking that he would be able to see them soon, he couldn't help but feel happy. Let's go. He spoke and called Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu to step into the 10 Directions ancient star and appeared in the 10th heaven. Then he took another step and appeared in the 9th heaven in the next moment. Let's go to Ethereal Mountain, he said to Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. Then he stepped forward at a very fast speed, heading towards Ethereal Mountain in this heaven. Soon he appeared outside Ethereal Mountain and directly stepped into it. Whoosh! Almost at the same moment, he rushed into the misty mountain. A figure rushed over and hung him by the neck. "Daddy!" It was a young girl wearing a white dress. Her appearance was very similar to Wu Yi. She was so beautiful that she hugged Lin Tian's neck happily. Ruoxian. Looking at the beautiful girl hanging on his neck, Lin Tian was naturally very happy. This was his flesh and blood, the daughter of him and Wu Yi. After being separated for so many years, how could he not be happy to see his daughter again? "Little girl, you are becoming more and more like your mother." Wuxing Crocodile laughed. "Yeah." Little Taichu also spoke. It flew in front of Lin Ruoxian, stretched out a small paw, and touched Ruoxianlin's head. Ruoxianlin let go of Lin Tian's neck, smiled, and greeted Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu. "Hello, Uncle Air." "Hello, Uncle Taichu." Then she hugged Lin Tian's arm. Her beautiful face was full of happy smiles. She was very sweet and cute. Lin Tian's eyes were gentle as he looked at his daughter. As Wuxing Crocodile said, this girl was becoming more and more like Wu Yi. Then he was slightly moved because he felt the aura of a divine king from Ruoxianlin. It was very pure. "You have reached the divine king realm?" He was surprised. As soon as he said that, Wuxing Crocodile was immediately shocked. He quickly looked at Ruoxianlin seriously. "You have really reached the divine king realm." Chapter 1940. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He was only at the peak of the divine king realm. He didn't expect his daughter to reach the divine king realm and catch up to him. "My little niece has surpassed all my fortuitous encounters outside." Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but roll its eyes. "What a disgrace." "Yeah." Little Taichu blinked and patted Ruoxian's head with its little paw. It was like a senior praising a junior. It was very cute. Lin Tian looked at his precious daughter and quickly retracted his surprise. Thinking about it, including the fact that he was trapped in the world fissure and left 10 directions, celestial domain for 1,000 years. With the cultivation talent that little Ruoxian displayed, it was actually very normal for her to reach the divine king level in 1,000 years. It wasn't worth his surprise. At almost the same time, Wuxing Crocodile also thought of this. It muttered to itself, 1,000 years with little niece's talent, it's normal for her to reach the divine king realm in 1,000 years. Oh, we were delayed for 1,000 years. It's not that embarrassing to be surpassed by little niece. Oh, right. It felt a little better after thinking about this. Ruoxian also spoke at this time. She hugged Lin Tian's arm and said, "Yes, I reached the divine king realm more than 900 years ago. Mother didn't let me continue to improve my cultivation. She told me to control the power of order before I reached the divine emperor realm." Lin Tian Wuxing Crocodile. "I'm really..." Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes. It just found a reason to feel better. But Ruoxian suddenly said something like this. She reached the divine king realm more than 900 years ago. Moreover, she was already comprehending the power of order. Lin Tian blushed with shame. His daughter was too monstrous. She had completely inherited Wu Yi's peerless talent. Yeah. Little Taichu was the only one who wasn't surprised. He patted Ruoxianlin's head and continued to praise Ruoxianlin like an elder. "How's your comprehension of order coming along?" Lin Tian asked Ruoxian regarding the power of order. When he was in Xianhuang Valley, he had specially consulted Xianhuang. He had learned from Xianhuang that the so-called order was a kind of heaven and earth law. It could also be said to be the law of heaven and earth. It surpassed the great Tao, the immortal Tao, the divine Tao, and the eternal divine Tao. It was a power that truly belonged to the level of transmission. Once it was comprehended and controlled, it would be extremely terrifying. Even Xianhuang, a living fossil-level existence, had not fully comprehended the power of order. At the same time, Xianhuang had said that in order to comprehend and control such a legendary power, one must have at least a God King level cultivation base. Because if one's cultivation base was too low, Even if one's talent was heaven-defying and one was able to comprehend and control it, one's body would not be able to withstand it and would immediately explode from the backlash of the power of order, resulting in one's body and soul being destroyed. As for the time to comprehend and control such a power, after reaching the God King level, the earlier one could comprehend and control the power of order, the more amazing one's future achievements would be. It's nothing, it's very difficult. Ruoxian curled her lips slightly. It's been more than 900 years, yet she hasn't even reached the entry level. Hearing her words, Lin Tian was slightly moved. With his precious daughter's peerless talent, she had spent more than 900 years comprehending the power of order. Yet, she hadn't even reached the entry level. That power of order is really abnormally difficult. Wuxing Crocodile said. Then it thought of another point and couldn't help but roll its eyes. In that case, Miss Wu Yi's cultivation talent is really indescribable. Ruoxian Lin's cultivation talent was extremely heaven-defying, causing its heart to palpitate. But after more than 900 years in the God King realm, she hadn't comprehended the slightest bit of the power of order. However, Wu Yi had already mastered the power of order in the God King realm. Little Ruoxian Lin, ask your father to come up. A voice rang out on the ethereal peak. The Violet Fairy stood at the edge of the ethereal peak and spoke, smiling at Lin Tian. Zu and Ai stood at the side. Elder brother. Zu waved happily at Lin Tian. Wu Yi was naturally here too, but she was too quiet by nature and didn't say anything. In fact, she knew the moment Lin Tian entered the ethereal peak. She asked Ruoxian Lin to come out and welcome him, while she, the Violet Fairy, and the others waited here. Lin Tian smiled, pulled Lin Ruoxian, and climbed up the ethereal peak. I'm back, he said to Wu Yi, then looked at the Violet Fairy, Zu, and the others. He had been separated from them for many years. The ethereal peak was filled with the fragrance of spiritual qi. Compared to the past, the environment hadn't changed much. A few small wooden houses surrounded a small courtyard, and there was still the same wooden table in the courtyard. Ruoxian Lin hugged Lin Tian's arm and asked him all kinds of questions. She asked about Lin Tian's experiences over the years, and Lin Tian told her everything with a smile. It's been 1,000 years, father. You don't even know how we spent these 1,000 years. The 2 aunts have been worried about you, and the girls have been waiting outside the immortal court for you to come back. Mother has been staring at the full moon in a daze all these years, and even secretly cried from time to time. Your daughter knows that Mother is missing you, but she's too embarrassed to say it out loud. Ruoxian Lin floated and complained. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Wu Yi, who was brewing tea. Uft, pft, uft, pft. The Violet Fairy, Zu, Ai, and Wuxing Crocodile, who were drinking tea, couldn't help but spit out the tea in their mouths. Little niece is so humorous. Wuxing Crocodile coughed dryly. Lin Tian, naughty. He knocked on Ruoxian Lin's head. If the Violet Fairy and Lin she were worried about him, and Ji and the others were waiting outside the immortal court for him to come back, he would believe it. However, the last few words this girl said about Wu Yi made him speechless. Wu Yi would wash her face with tears? How was that possible? Even if he believed that the world was about to be destroyed, he wouldn't believe this. If he really saw the scene of Wu Yi washing her face with tears, his outlook on life would probably collapse. Wu Yi's expression didn't change. She looked at the Ruoxian Lin, leaning on Lin Tian and playfully teasing her. Her eyes were very gentle. On this day, the ethereal peak was very lively. After 1,000 years, Lin Tian had returned. Naturally, everyone was very happy. After that, a day passed quickly on the ethereal peak. On the next day, Lin Tian left the ethereal peak. Ruoxian Lin naturally followed him all the way back to the immortal court to see Ji and the others. Ladies, Aunt Lin Ruoxian Lin has found Daddy. Ruoxian Lin opened her mouth as soon as she saw Ji and the others. She looked as if she was asking for credit. Good girl. After 1,000 years, Jiyu and the others' cultivation bases had reached the heavenly god tier. They all doted on Ruoxian Lin very much. At the same time, the girls were naturally very happy to see Lin Tian return. They all gathered around Lin Tian. Just like in the ethereal peak, the immortal court was very lively on this day. Not only were Jiyu and the others happy with Lin Tian's return, but some of the experts in the immortal court were also very excited when they heard the news. The entire immortal court was in an uproar. This was because Lin Tian, the lord of the immortal court, was no doubt in existence like faith to the immortal court. After returning to the immortal court, a day passed quickly. After that, Lin Tian basically spent the rest of the time with his daughter, Wu Yi Jiyu, and the others. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. 2 months later, Ruoxian Lin brought Jiyu and the others to the ethereal peak. Lin Tian was preparing to go there later to set up a new defensive formation for the immortal court. Just when he was halfway through setting up the defensive formation, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked up into the sky and saw 7 very familiar auras appearing outside the 10 directions ancient star. How dare you come here? Chapter 1941. As a peak supreme god, Lin Tian's divine instincts were extremely powerful. At this moment, he sensed 7 supreme god-level auras outside 10 directions ancient star. They were Supreme God King of Darkness, Supreme God King of Destruction, and the others who had escaped from him previously. His eyes were cold. He naturally knew why the 7 of them were here. He glanced at Ethereal Mountain and disappeared silently. 7 figures stood in the starry sky outside 10 directions ancient star. He actually came here, an insignificant and inferior star. This time he won't be able to escape. Even if he has forged that powerful divine sword, he will still be suppressed. Supreme God King of Darkness and Supreme God King of Thousand Slaughter looked down at 10 directions ancient star. The 7 of them had followed the Supreme God King of Destruction to the unique historical site that he had discovered. They had obtained many immortal opportunities there. Not only had their powers increased tremendously, almost to the point where they could fight against a divine emperor, but they had also obtained several extremely frightening divine treasures. One of them was a quasi-god emperor weapon, and one of them was an astonishing taboo treasure, the heavenly secret umbrella. Although it doesn't have any offensive power, it can deceive thousands of Daos and conceal the heavenly secrets. At the very least, it can be forged by a saint. What kind of place is it in that ancient site that has such a sacred item? Supreme God King of East Pride was shocked. The 7 of them had explored the ancient site for a long time and obtained many things. The heavenly secret umbrella was the most valuable. Although it did not have any offensive power, it contained a shocking amount of divine essence. If they were to comprehend the divine essence in it, they might be able to comprehend a divine ancient scripture. Such a divine ancient scripture was extremely valuable to them. This was because the divine ancient scriptures that they had cultivated were only at the emperor god level. They were far inferior to a divine ancient scripture. If they could obtain a divine ancient scripture, their cultivation speed would be much faster and their future achievements would be even more shocking. Moreover, the heavenly secret umbrella had many other shocking effects. It was very useful to cultivators below the saint level. We have only explored less than 3% of the ancient site, and we have already obtained a divine artifact like the heavenly secret umbrella. There must be more shocking divine artifacts in the depths of the ancient site. Blue Firmament Divine King said, and then sighed. Unfortunately, it's too dangerous inside. With our strength, it's impossible for us to go any deeper. Even if the Divine Lord went, he would be powerless. Let's not worry about that for now. The time that Lord Headmaster has given us is running out. We must immediately suppress that person and bring him back to the void heaven world. Otherwise, with that Lord's temperament, we will not be able to get anything good out of it. We might even be crippled. We do need to hurry. Also, don't mention anything about the Tianji umbrella or the ancient ruins when you return. Furthermore, the pagoda forged from the primordial heavenly crystal in that person's body must be kept a secret. I know. After suppressing that human, we erased all memories of the primordial divine pagoda from his sea of consciousness to prevent that lord from learning about the primordial divine pagoda from that human. A few people whispered to each other, regardless of whether it was the Tianji umbrella or the divine pagoda forged from the primordial heavenly crystal in Lin Tian's possession. They were extremely valuable. Even the headmaster of their respective Dao sects would be tempted by them. Once he knew that they had obtained these items in the lower realm, he would definitely ask them to hand them over. Naturally, they would not be willing to do so. These items were extremely important to the 7 of them. As for the ancient ruins, although they did not have the ability to continue excavating them, they could not reveal it either. This was because once they revealed it, it would definitely attract a lot of trouble. The fact that they had obtained a sacred item like the Tianji umbrella from the ancient ruins was highly likely to be discovered. Naturally, this would not benefit them in the slightest. They would hide the ancient ruins in their hearts. When they became stronger in the future and had the opportunity to descend to the lower realm, they would then search for it. As for the divine sword that Lin Tian had taken out a few days ago, although it was extremely terrifying in their eyes, they could not see anything special about it in terms of material. It was just very powerful. They felt that it could not be compared to the pagoda forged from the primordial heavenly crystal. After all, a divine weapon forged from the primordial heavenly crystal had unlimited potential for growth. Supreme Being Dark Underground said, "All right, let's go. Let's go in and suppress that human, then return to the void." Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out, interrupting Supreme Being Dark Underground's words. A golden sword light shot out from the 10 directions ancient star with the aura of a supreme being. It directly cut through the starry sky. Lin Tian stepped out from the 10 directions ancient star with a cold look in his eyes. The 7 supreme beings moved and dodged the golden sword light. Naturally, they also saw Lin Tian, who had stepped out from the 10 directions ancient star. He detected us from within the star. His divine senses are indeed very sharp. Supreme Being Thousand Slaughter said coldly. The gazes of Divine King of Darkness and the rest naturally landed on Lin Tian. Their eyes were cold. Don't waste time with him. Let's just suppress him and take him away. Supreme Being Black Flames said. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. The black flames that filled the sky intertwined and turned into towering flames that pressed down on Lin Tian. Pure Yang Flame, Primordial Divine Pagoda, and that sword. Hand them all over, and I'll let you suffer less. His voice was cold. Black divine flames intertwined in the starry sky and surged violently. They turned into a sea of black flames that pressed down on Lin Tian. You were chased around like a stray dog just a few days ago, and now you dare to speak so arrogantly. Lin Tianling said. With a rumble, the golden pure yang flames surged out and clashed with the black divine flames. In the blink of an eye, the two collided with a sizzling sound. Then, the two collapsed at the same time and dissipated. This scene moved Lin Tian. A few days ago, when he was still a middle-stage supreme being, he had used the pure yang flame to destroy Supreme Being Black Flames, bloodline black flames. When the two flames clashed, he had the upper hand. However, this time he had reached the peak of the Supreme Being realm. But the two divine flames clashed and ended in a draw. No wonder you dared to come looking for me again. You've become stronger. He coldly said and circulated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning art. With each step, he left behind an afterimage as he pressed forward like a bolt of lightning. On the other side, Supreme Being Black Flames was even more shocked. He had obtained a great opportunity in the ancient ruins, and his strength had increased greatly. The black flames in his bloodline had also undergone a qualitative change. He originally thought that if he encountered Lin Tian again, Even if Lin Tian had a legendary divine flame like the Pyryon flame, he would not be able to block his black flames and would be defeated in the blink of an eye. But to his surprise, his bloodline black flames had only managed to fight to a draw with Lin Tian. Seeing Lin Tiansha approach, Supreme Being Black Flames coldly snorted, put away his shock, and once again used a great art. Attack together. Chapter 1942. God King of Destruction and the others moved, following God King He Yan's lead. Divine energy surged out of each of them. Divine King Black Flames was at the front. The black flames of his bloodline that had undergone a qualitative change transformed into a black wave that pressed down on Lin Tian. The other 6 people pressed down from 6 different directions. All sorts of different divine patterns circled around their bodies. At the same time, Tao light also appeared. Lin Tian immediately felt a great pressure. His heart was moved. The cultivation of these 7 people did not improve much, but compared to before, their battle prowess had undergone an earth-shattering change. Even with his current peak divine king cultivation, facing these 7 people at this moment, he actually felt an intense sense of threat, chills running down his spine. However, even though he felt threatened, the expression on his face did not change at all. He snorted coldly. Divine energy surged out of his body. Pure yang flame met God King He Yan's bloodline black flame head-on. At the same time, the divining divine skill, high heaven sword scripture, and other ancient divine skills were also used to meet the attacks of God King of Destruction and the others. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a wild wind swept through the area. Ripples of destruction swept out in all directions. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and glanced at the 10 directions ancient star below. He led the 7 of them to move further away from the battlefield. Because of the battle between godly kings, the destructive energy was too strong. If they continued fighting here, the 10 directions ancient star would be damaged. You seem to care a lot about this inferior star. Did it come from here? God King of Destruction and the others clearly saw that Lin Tian was leading them away from the 10 direction ancient star. They glanced at the 10 direction ancient star and said, I didn't expect such an inferior star to give birth to a God King expert. Interesting. It can be called a miracle. The 7 of them attacked Lin Tian. They did not care about the 10 direction ancient star at all. They were born in the heaven realm of nothingness. How could they care about a small star like the 10 direction ancient star? In their eyes, this level of ancient star was even inferior to floating dust. Even a great world like the immortal realm wouldn't catch their attention. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. It seemed like the 7 of them had already scanned the entire ancient star with their divine sense. They had sensed the general level of the cultivation world in ancient star, but they had only sensed his qi. They hadn't sensed that Wu Yi and Ruoxian were divine kings as well, which made him curious. However, this curiosity disappeared in an instant. Wu Yi and Ruoxian Lin resided in Misty Mountain. Wu Yi had personally set up an unparalleled divine formation there. It was possible that the power of order had even been mixed into it, which could isolate everything. Putting aside the fact that these 7 people were merely divine kings, even if a quasi-saint came, they probably wouldn't be able to explore Misty Mountain. He didn't say much and led the battlefield away from the 10 direction ancient star. Golden divine light swept across all directions. All kinds of divine arts and secret arts were unleashed towards the 7 divine kings, causing the starry sky to distort constantly. The 7 divine kings didn't care about a small star like the 10 direction ancient star. Even though they could see that Lin Tian was leading the battlefield away from the 10 direction ancient star, they didn't care at all. Instead, their attacks became even fiercer. In this starry sky, different kinds of divine light surged. The colorful stars nearby couldn't help but tremble. Flame, transformation, divine explosion. Divine King He Yan said in a low voice. He condensed his bloodline killing technique. The pitch-black flames seemed to want to burn everything in the world. At the same time, divine kings of destruction and the others also unleashed their divine arts. Divine Tao laws surged, and their auras were terrifying. Lin Tian naturally didn't let his guard down. He immediately unleashed his king's territory and faced the 7 of them. Rumbling sounds rang out, the great battle intense. He fought fiercely with 7 people, making the stars tremble and all creatures' hearts tremble. In the next few minutes, all types of great techniques were unleashed. The divine Tao reincarnation diagram even activated, boundless divine might oppressing all directions. Then, as the battle continued, he became more and more surprised. In just 2 to 3 months, the 7 of them had become much stronger. He fought against the 7 of them with his peak divine king cultivation, but he couldn't gain the upper hand at all. This time, you'll only be suppressed. Divine King of Destruction's voice was cold. He slammed his palm down, creating a destructive wave that almost destroyed a large star nearby. Divine King Qian too, and the others also looked indifferent. They attacked continuously. Divine light surrounded them, making them look like gods from the heavenly realm. In an instant, the 7 of them worked together, and their attacks became stronger. They sent Lin Tian flying thousands of feet away. I told you to surrender, and you'll suffer less. You can't change the fact that you'll be suppressed today. Divine King He Yan said coldly. Black divine fire circled around him, making him look like the Inferno Sage. Lin Tianlung snorted. Divine divination technique unleashed a series of heaven and earth strange arts. Wisps of light flashed across his eyes. You want to suppress me with just you? Wishful thinking. He spoke. At this time, the dragon burial scripture was activated. Together with the natural divine Tao, it drew the endless power of the stars from the 10 directions starry sky. Then he unleashed the heavenly one soul art, creating a starry sky 10,000 killing formation. At the same time, with a thought, the mysterious yellow essence in his body moved. The world seed also trembled slightly. Wisps of primeval light flowed. At this time, while fighting, the mysterious yellow essence began to be refined into the world seed. At the same time, the power of faith in the immortal Emperor Pagoda was mobilized. The nameless Tao law appeared on its own. Together, the speed of refining the mysterious yellow essence into the world seed increased by many times. His essence, chi and spirit rose rapidly. Boom! There was a loud sound. While refining the mysterious yellow essence into the world seed, he punched out with the Chaos Emperor fist. Chi! 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 In an instant, the divine skills of the God King of Destruction and the others were shattered. Then, the power of the Chaos Emperor fist did not diminish. The fist force spread out and landed on the 7 God Kings. At the same time, the 7 of them were sent flying. Each of them trembled violently. The blood and chi in their bodies churned violently. His aura is rising rapidly. What's going on? God King He Yan's eyes narrowed. God King of Destruction and the others were also aware of this. They were all shocked. Then they attacked even more fiercely. 7 waves of divine waves swept through the starry sky. Cracks in the starry sky were created. The starry sky was turbulent. This kind of turbulence was very dangerous. But to a God King level powerhouse, it was naturally nothing. Lin Tian fought fiercely with the 7 of them. As the mysterious yellow essence continued to be refined into the world seed, his essence, chi and spirit continued to rise. His cultivation level rose along with his combat strength. The divine skills he used became stronger and stronger. Again and again, he forced the 7 of them to retreat. He's going to reach the half-step divine Emperor realm. While fighting fiercely with us, his cultivation level rose so quickly. What's going on? This worm is too strange. The 7 God Kings were shocked and angry. At this time, the 7 of them joined forces, but were gradually suppressed by Lin Tian. Activate the quasi-God Emperor weapon. God King of Destruction said coldly. Chapter 1943. The black millstone vibrated and a faint emperor god aura surged. Its aura was so terrifying that it caused the void in all directions to tremble. Lin Tian was the first to react. He faced the demonic millstone and felt the threat of death. A quasi-god emperor weapon, he said coldly. The black millstone floated above the heads of God King of Destruction and the others. The 7 god kings looked indifferent and cold. You have good eyes. God King of Destruction sneered. As his words fell, the divine power of the 7 people circulated, and 49 black array flags floated out. Each flag was intertwined with incomparably strange runes, and they sealed off the starry sky within a radius of several hundred feet, forming a domain in this area. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. As soon as the 49 black flags appeared, the divine power in his body started to flow unsmoothly. It was as if the sky was pressing down on his head and his aura was weakened by at least 50%. 4-9 Divine Division Formation, Seal God and Lock Soul. Being in the formation, one's fighting power will be suppressed by at least half, coupled with a quasi-god emperor weapon. How are you going to block it? God King of Darkness said coldly. Even a peak divine emperor won't be able to block it. The black millstone vibrated and the 49 black flags rustled. The 2 combined as if they were going to suppress the starry sky. The 7 of them looked at Lin Tian with a look of disdain, as if they were looking at a prisoner in a cage. Lin Tian was sealed in the 4-9 Divine Division Formation, and the divine power in his body was not flowing smoothly. His essence, energy, and spirit were weakened by half. As he faced the quasi-god emperor weapon black millstone, the threat of death grew stronger. It was as if a sharp blade was placed on his throat and could cut off his head at any time, causing his blood to splatter across the starry sky. However, the expression on his face did not change at all. You guys are well prepared. However, the outcome will not change. You will still lose miserably, he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rainbow divine light intertwined on the surface of his body, and the rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness rushed out. As he collected more and more fragments of the sword soul, the sword became more and more powerful. The chances of him being able to summon the sword on his own increased as well, coupled with the fact that he had refined the profound yellow essence into the world seed. The primitive chi of the world seed surged through his body, causing the sword in his sea of consciousness to tremble slightly, allowing him to summon it. 7-colored divine light surrounded his body. Strands of divine light were mixed with holiness, vastness, and majesty. His aura was incomparably vigorous. The supreme being of destruction scoffed. That sword is indeed powerful, but so what? At most, it's comparable to a pinnacle quasi-god emperor weapon. With the help of a quasi-god emperor weapon and the 4-9 Divinity Division Formation, it's useless even if you have that sword. As his words fell, the black millstone above his head trembled, and an even more terrifying destructive aura surged out. At the same time, the 49 black flags that formed the divine formation shone brightly with black light, pressing down on Lin Tian with even greater pressure. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. With a slight thought, the 7-colored divine sword shook slightly. Suddenly, there was a loud clang, and the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. The 49 black flags were all shattered into pieces. Immediately, his divine power flowed smoothly again, and he was no longer affected at all. The 7 supreme beings of destruction turned pale. The 49 black flags formed the Divinity Division Formation, which could even trap a pinnacle god emperor. But now, Lin Tianji had destroyed the Divinity Division Formation with a light shake of the divine sword in his hand. How can this be? That sword... The 7 of them realized that they had severely underestimated the power of the sword. The last time they saw the sword, they thought that it was at most comparable to a pinnacle quasi-god emperor weapon. But now, they felt that the sword was definitely beyond the range of a quasi-god emperor weapon. Damn it! How can this be? Let's go. Retreat. Supreme beings of darkness and supreme beings of thousand slaughter gritted their teeth and asked the other 5 to retreat. The true power of the sword was beyond their expectations. It was definitely comparable to a complete God Emperor weapon. With their current strength, there was no way they could block it. Immediately, the 7 of them took a step back and used the strongest attack of the quasi-God Emperor weapon Black Millstone to cover their retreat. Then they turned into 7 divine rainbows and instantly left. Lin Tianling snorted. He held the 7-colored divine sword and swung it, directly suppressing the destructive aura of the Black Millstone. At the same time, he swung his sword and turned it into sword ripples. He controlled it well and held the Black Millstone in place. Then he grabbed it and used the power of the 7-colored divine sword to erase the divine consciousness imprints of the others on the millstone. Damn it! The 7 supreme beings of destruction were furious. The quasi-god emperor weapon that they found in the ancient site was taken away, just like that. However, although they were furious, they did not dare to stay and escaped at an even faster speed. You were so arrogant when you came. How long has it been, and now you're running away like a stray dog? Lin Tianling said. As soon as he finished speaking, lines and lines of formation patterns appeared in the starry sky and directly sealed all directions of the starry sky. With a few bangs, the 7 supreme beings were all knocked back. Forbidden space divine formation. When did you carve it? The 7 supreme beings were shocked. Lin Tianling did not say anything. He held the 7-colored divine sword and closed in on the 7 supreme beings. Previously, when he was fighting with the 7 supreme beings, he was worried that they would escape again. As he fought fiercely, he carved the forbidden space divine formation in the starry sky. Once the formation was completed, as long as one was inside it, even an ordinary early-stage divine emperor would not be able to escape. Who ordered you to come here? He asked as he closed in on the 7 supreme beings. There was no need for him to ask these 7 people about the Heaven Void Realm. He had already learned about it from Xian Huang. Now, he only wanted to know who in the Heaven Void Realm had sent them to deal with him. Was it that 12-winged sacred emissary? Or was it the soul shadow that he saw in Dafan Divine Land? At the same time, he also wanted to know the specific strength and other information of those 2. Forget it. I don't need you to answer. I'll see for myself. He looked at the 7 supreme beings. Originally, he wanted them to answer for themselves. However, after thinking about it, there was no need for that. He directly used the 7-colored divine sword as a guide. His divine consciousness skyrocketed. The divine consciousness of the origin turned into a ray of divine light and entered the supreme being destruction's sea of consciousness to search by force. Damn it! The supreme being destruction's face changed as he felt Lin Tianling invading his sea of consciousness. He immediately roared, "Get out!" Lin Tianling snorted. With the 7-colored divine sword's enhanced divine consciousness, the supreme being destruction's resistance was useless. He used a wisp of his divine consciousness to enter the supreme being destruction's sea of consciousness. Soon, he found what he wanted to know. Taoist Master Kongming, Sage King Realm, his divine consciousness entered the supreme being destruction's sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he found out who sent the 7 supreme beings to deal with him. There were no 12-winged divine envoys. Thinking about it, it could only be the soul shadow that he encountered in Dafan Divine Land. Chapter 1944. A super ancient site. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and sent a strand of his divine telekinesis into the divine king of destruction's consciousness. After finding out who the mastermind behind the 7 of them was, he suddenly discovered information about an ancient site. In the divine king of destruction's consciousness, that ancient site was extremely shocking. The reason why the 7 of them could experience such a huge increase in their strength in just 2 to 3 months was related to that ancient site. Divine light flashed in his eyes, and his divine telekinesis of the origin grew stronger. He continued to search for more information about that ancient site. Clang! Boom! Divine power surged, mixed with terrifying killing intent. The divine king of darkness and the other 6 attacked together. 6 different divine powers and secret techniques pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the divine king of destruction let out a low roar. His consciousness churned, and a divine umbrella suddenly appeared. It intertwined with a rich glow and shook off Lin Tian's divine telekinesis. Lin Tian retreated, slightly moved. The divine telekinesis of the origin that was shaken off entered his consciousness. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword and shattered the killing light that the divine king of darkness and the others had summoned. Whom! Divine light flashed, and the divine umbrella that appeared in the divine king of destruction's consciousness rushed out. Its glow covered the surrounding space. Lin Tianwei was shocked. He did not know what material this umbrella was made of. Although it did not make him feel threatened, he felt that it was extraordinary. Let's go! The divine king of destruction's voice rang out. He glanced coldly at Lin Tian and used the divine umbrella that rushed out of his consciousness to envelop the divine king of darkness and the others. Then they rushed into the distance. This umbrella was the most extraordinary divine treasure that the 7 of them found in that super ancient site, the Tianji umbrella. Swoosh! This time, with the assistance of the heavenly secret umbrella, they forcefully passed through the space restriction formation that Lin Tian had set up, and they instantly vanished without a trace. Moreover, even their auras had vanished completely. It was as if they'd suddenly evaporated into thin air. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. Now that the 7 of them had disappeared, even with the help of the Rainbow Divine, soared to strengthen his divine telekinesis, he could not sense where the 7 of them had gone. Did they also obtain the divine umbrella from the ancient ruins? In terms of level, it seems to be even higher than a God Emperor weapon. Although the divine king of destruction's divine secret umbrella did not make him feel any fear, it was definitely not an ordinary magic treasure, since it could easily penetrate the forbidden space formation that he had set up. Moreover, it could not be detected even when he had taken out the 7-colored divine sword. I have to take a look at that ancient site, he muttered to himself as a bright light flashed in his eyes. The godly king of destruction's group of 7 had greatly increased their strength within a short period of time because of the ancient ruins. Moreover, he knew that the 7 of them had not even explored 3% of the ancient ruins. This was enough to show how extraordinary the ancient ruins were. Even though he knew from the godly king of destruction's consciousness that he was unable to advance any further after reaching a certain location, and even felt that even godly emperors would find it difficult to advance any further. However, that was not a big deal. After that, he could bring Wu Yi along. With Wu Yi's strength, even though she was still at the half-step divine emperor realm, her true strength was definitely not something a godly emperor realm cultivator could compare to. She should be able to gain something there. How long is she going to stay at this level? He muttered to himself. He felt that if Wu Yi wanted to break through to a higher level of cultivation, it would definitely not be difficult. He even felt that it was highly possible for her to step into the godly emperor realm in an instant. Wu Yi seemed to have deliberately stopped below the godly emperor realm. He could guess that Wu Yi continued to stay in this realm for a special reason, but he did not ask what it was specifically. He paused and looked in the direction that the godly king of destruction's group had escaped. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he frowned again. This time, the 7 of them had escaped again. As expected of people from the celestial realm of nothingness, their strength is indeed extraordinary. They can escape so many times. He was somewhat displeased. After entering the world of cultivation, he could basically crush anyone who was at the same level as him. There were very few enemies of the same level who could escape from him. However, these 7 people had escaped from him time and time again. Even though they had relied on some special methods, he had also taken out the 7-colored divine sword. Even so, the 7 of them had been able to escape from him time and time again. This was enough to show how extraordinary they were. He snorted in his heart. With a thought, the 7-colored divine sword returned to his body. Buzz! On the surface of his body, strands of divine light intertwined. At this time, the mysterious yellow essence entered his body and entered the world seed. Both of them were surrounded by light, and his nameless principle and power of faith also intertwined around them. He took a deep breath and stood in this position. The air-sealing formation surrounded him and slowly dispersed. He began to seriously refine the mysterious yellow essence into the world seed, causing the endless starry light nearby to continuously surge toward him. In an instant, his essence, chi, and spirit rose bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After a month, on this day, an extremely majestic divine power suddenly spread out from his body, stirring up great storms in the starry sky. His cultivation level rose from the peak of the godly king realm to the half-step godly emperor realm. Great! A bright light flashed across his eyes. In a month's time, he had completely refined the mysterious yellow essence into the world seed. The world seed continued to grow, and strands of primeval energy gushed out from it at the beginning of the world. Naturally, he benefited greatly, and his cultivation level increased greatly. He was not surprised by this, because he had done the same thing when he refined the mixed sacred source, and 1,000 would root into the world seed. He had obtained great benefits. Buzz! The mysterious yellow essence had not been completely refined into the world seed. He focused his mind and continued to refine it into the world seed. Then, as the mysterious yellow essence continued to be refined into the world seed, his immortal emperor pagoda trembled. Inside, the mysterious yellow essence that he had collected in the Xianhuang Valley began to boil. The pure mysterious yellow energy contained in it was intertwined because of the special aura that was produced when the mysterious yellow essence was integrated into the world seed. Strands of pure mysterious yellow energy surrounded the surface of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tian was moved. When he had collected the mysterious yellow essence in the Xianhuang Valley, he had wanted to use it to kill some divine emperor enemies before he reached the divine emperor realm. Unexpectedly, at this time as he refined the mysterious yellow essence into the world seed, the pure divine power contained in the mysterious yellow essence in the immortal Emperor Pagoda was intertwined with the world seed. Then, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. This pure mysterious yellow energy was very useful to him now. Immediately, he operated the sun heart essence and guided the mysterious yellow energy to him for cultivation. For a time, his essence, chi, and spirit continued to improve, and his cultivation level also increased little by little. In this way, another month passed in the blink of an eye. A month later, on this day, the profound yellow essence was completely refined into the world seed. The world seed underwent an even greater change. Vaguely, the image of a world appeared, mixed with a kind of astonishing vastness and vastness. At the same time, Lin Tian checked himself. His cultivation level had reached the peak of the half-step divine emperor realm. Soon, he would break through to the divine emperor realm. The pure energy in the mysterious yellow essence has been drawn out for me to use. What an unexpected gain! Chapter 1945. The black-yellow essence Qi had a terrifying destructive power. At the same time, it also contained a shocking amount of energy. However, under normal circumstances, the destructive power and the pure energy were together. It was very difficult to draw out the pure energy from the black-yellow essence Qi for cultivation. But now, because the black-yellow essence Qi had been refined into the world seed, a very special aura was generated during the process. It actually drew out the pure energy from the black-yellow essence Qi. Lin Tian was very surprised. I'm not far from the divine emperor realm. It won't take much time. I'll go into seclusion and break through to the divine emperor realm first. Then I'll let ya, or deduce the whereabouts of the 7 people. After that I'll find them and kill them. Then I'll leave." He glanced in the direction that the 7 of them had fled and snorted inwardly. He calmed down the majestic aura around his body and then silently disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared beside the 10 Directions Ancient Star and stepped into it. Entering the 10 Directions Ancient Star, he was very fast. In almost an instant, he had returned to the celestial court and found Yenya, in the heaven secret pavilion. Do me a favor." He smiled and showed the 7 people's appearances to Yenya, in the form of a divine consciousness imprint, so that she could deduce their whereabouts. "Okay, wait a moment." Yenya, was wearing a long green dress. She was gentle and beautiful, ethereal and quiet. In terms of temperament, she was the closest to Wu Yi among all the women Lin Tian knew. Her figure was graceful and graceful. As she finished speaking, faint divine halos intertwined. The light of the way was gentle, and the way around her seemed to come alive. It was as if they were her friends, and all kinds of different lights of the way surged toward her. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved. Yenya was at the early heavenly god realm, but her Tao light was too strong. It was even stronger than some of the peak divine kings he had seen. He believed that no one in the heavenly god realm could be a match for Yenya. Not many people below the divine king realm could resist such a powerful Tao light. Immortal spirit body. The more you cultivate, the more terrifying it is. He muttered to himself. Thick Tao light surrounded Yenya's body. She was like a fairy surrounded by tens of thousands of Taos. Her aura was ethereal and peaceful. Soon, dozens of breaths passed, and she frowned slightly. Lin Tian looked at her and frowned. "What's wrong, Outside of Yenya's body, thick light of the way was still circling around her, rolling with the wind. She said, "Those people seem to have something very special on them, which is interfering with my calculations." Hearing this, Lin Tian thought for a moment and was slightly moved. Is it that umbrella? He thought of the umbrella that the godly king of destruction had taken out. It was very special and could penetrate the forbidden space formation that he had set up with his godly king level cultivation. Furthermore, it could completely avoid his divine consciousness. It was extremely extraordinary. His intuition told him that the umbrella was definitely not something a god emperor weapon could compare to. "Then, can you calculate it?" he asked Yenya. "Yes." Yenya nodded and said, "But it will take some time. It will take about 3 to 5 days. It's fine as long as you can calculate it. 3 to 5 days is not too long." Lin Tian smiled and said, "I will prepare to go into seclusion to break through to the godly emperor realm. When I come out of seclusion and pass the godly emperor tribulation, I will ask you about the result." "Okay." Yenya nodded with a smile, then rolled her eyes slightly. "You cultivate really fast. You wasted 1,000 years in the crack of the worlds, and now you are about to break through to the godly emperor realm." She was beautiful, and with her immortal spirit body, her aura was ethereal and tranquil. The way she spoke, while rolling her eyes, was very beautiful. As for the fact that Lin Tian had wasted 1,000 years in the crack of the worlds, it was not a secret. On the day Lin Tian returned to the immortal court, she had already heard about it from Lin Tian. "I had a lot of fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, I might not be as good as you," Lin Tian said with a smile. He chatted with Yenya for a long time in the heavenly secret pavilion, then left the immortal court for Ethereal Mountain to inform Wu Yi and the others that he would be going into seclusion to break through to the godly emperor realm. After that, he returned to the immortal court and began his seclusion in the immortal emperor divine pagoda. "Roughly, I will break through to the godly emperor realm in 5 months," he muttered to himself, sitting cross-legged on the jade platform in the immortal emperor divine pagoda. The Heart Sutra of Sun began to circulate. Strands of divine light intertwined on the surface of his body. In the starry sky on an unknown star. Damn it! How can that sword be so powerful? God King of Destruction and the other 6 gathered together, their faces ugly. They had obtained many wondrous items from the ancient site and were confident that they could suppress Lin Tian. However, they still failed. Lin Tian's divine sword was beyond their expectations. It was too terrifying, and its divine power was simply impossible to resist. There's only 1 year left of the time Lord Tao Master gave us. What should we do? With our current strength, we are definitely not that person's match. God King of Darkness said in a deep voice, "Let's explore the ancient site again. If we can find something, we should be able to suppress that human." No. Although the ancient site is extraordinary with our current strength, it is impossible for us to advance any further. It is impossible for us to obtain anything from there. Then what should we do? The 7 of them could not help but clench their fists. After a brief discussion, they could not help but fall silent. I have an idea. After a few breaths, God King Qian Tu said in a deep voice, "Let's use the heavenly secret umbrella to deceive all Daos. We can try to travel back in time and return to the past era. Before he grows up, we can kill his infant form. If we kill his infant form in the past, he will disappear and die immediately in this era." What did you say? Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Moreover, Master wants to suppress the human and bring him back. He doesn't want us to kill him. When God King of Destruction and the others heard this, their faces changed drastically. When one's cultivation reached the Divine King realm, one could break through the barrier of time and return to the past era by following the traces of time. However, it was too dangerous. No one would do it. Even the legendary invincible people of the Heavenly Ascension realm did not dare to do it. This was because the power of time was terrifying. If one entered the river of time and returned to the past along the river of time, the slightest carelessness would cause one to be swallowed by time and lost in the river of time. Most importantly, returning to the past along the river of time would not change anything in the past era. Even if one touched an insignificant leaf in the past era, it would lead to extremely terrifying consequences. Not to mention returning to the past era to kill a human's infant form. This was forcefully changing the destiny of heaven and earth. If one really did it, they would definitely end up in a worse state than having their body and soul destroyed. There's no other way. If we can't complete the task, we'll also die. That master won't let us go. God King Qian Tu said, "If we return to the past era to kill that human's infant form, we won't go there with our true bodies. Each of us will send a clone. Because our cultivation hasn't reached an extremely high level, we can use the Tianji umbrella to weaken the karmic connection between our clones and our true bodies to the minimum. Then we'll send our clones back to the past era to kill his infant form." He continued, "If we send our clones back to the past to kill his infant form, although we'll have to pay a certain price, at least we won't die. As for that master's request to suppress him and bring him back to the heaven realm, we can find a reason to say that the human self-exploded in order to resist. At that time, although we'll be punished, we won't be killed." Hearing God King Qian Tu's words, God King of Destruction and the others fell silent. At the same time, their faces became even more ghastly. Then they fell silent again. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. After 2 hours, they clenched their fists even tighter. This is the only way. He's just a worm from the lower world. How dare he make us take such a risk? Their faces were extremely gloomy. At this moment, they really hated Lin Tian to the core. In order to save their lives from the sect master of their sect, they had to take the risk to return to the past era. Even the legendary reaching heaven realm cultivators wouldn't dare to do such a thing. "Let's get ready," God King Qian Tu said in a low voice. The Tianji umbrella was taken out, and the 7 of them started to make a series of arrangements. In the immortal court of 10 directions, ancient star, Lin Tian sat quietly in the immortal Emperor Divine Pagoda. His essence, chi, and spirit were rising and strengthening. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. After 2 months, his essence, chi, and spirit were even more powerful. He was getting closer to the divine Emperor realm. Chapter 1946. On the 3rd day after Lin Tian went into seclusion, Yanya had already deduced the whereabouts of God King of Destruction, God King of Darkness, and the others with the divination art. However, in the following days, she continued to deduce their whereabouts from time to time. On this day, when she was once again deducing their whereabouts, she discovered a very serious matter. Traveling back in time to kill his infant body. Her expression immediately turned ugly. She immediately left the divination pavilion and found Jiyu, Shui, and the others who had returned to the immortal court not long ago. She told them about this matter. What? Shui Yi and the others were all shocked. Someone actually dared to go back in time to kill Lin Tian's infant body. What should we do? They were anxious. They had all reached the divine realm, but they still did not have the ability to travel back in time. Let's go find Sister Wu Yi. Jiyu said. Lin Tian was now in seclusion to break through to the divine emperor realm and could not be disturbed. They could only go to the ethereal mountain to discuss it with Wu Yi. Immediately, the girls looked in the direction of the immortal emperor's divine tower and left the immortal court as fast as they could. It did not take long for them to arrive at the ethereal mountain. They found Wu Yi, Violet Fairy, and the others and hurriedly told them about this matter. Those 7 bastards, they couldn't beat Lin Tian in the modern world, so they came up with such a sinister idea. They didn't hesitate to take such a risk and go back in time to do this. Yeah, damn it. Little Taichu and Whooshing Crocodile had been staying at the ethereal mountain since their return. They were furious when they heard about this matter. Violet Fairy, Ziyu, and Ruoxianlin were naturally furious as well. Only Wu Yi's expression did not change. Her expression was still calm. Ruoxian, go back in time, she said to Ruoxianlin in a gentle voice. Yes, mother. Ruoxianlin nodded and waved her fist angrily. How dare they use such a despicable method to deal with father? Beat them all up in the past. Let Ruoxian go. The Violet Fairy said, You should go, Wu Yi. Although little Ruoxian has also reached the Divine King realm, her strength is still incomparable to yours. Although Ruoxian was also very strong, there was no way she could compare to Wu Yi. She was worried that Wu Yi would be in danger. She felt that it would be safer for Wu Yi to kill those 7 people. In the long river of time, she has absolute authority and is very safe, Wu Yi said. Going to the long river of time will also help her comprehend order. Hearing her words, the crowd was puzzled. Little Ruoxian has absolute dominance in the river of time? What do you mean? The group asked Wu Yi. The long river of time was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, they would be swallowed up and lost. Could little Ruoxian have the authority to rule over the long river of time? That's because I can control time. Before Wu Yi could speak, Ruoxianlin spoke. Specks of divine radiance interweaved on the surface of her body. A hazy long river suddenly appeared behind her. Time was jumping. This is Tao power, the fluctuation of time. Instantly, apart from Wu Yi, everyone's expression changed. Eternal divine Tao. Time. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. His jaw almost fell off from shock. The 3 legendary eternal divine Taos were life and death, space and time. Time was ranked first. Since ancient times, no one had been able to control it. Now, it was actually controlled by Ruoxianlin. The Violet Fairy and the others were all dumbfounded. After a long time, they finally calmed down. This was really too shocking. Time, no matter the time, was an incomparably terrifying power. If one could control time, their future achievements would be limitless. They could definitely become a peerless existence in the world. Not many people could stop them. When did you control it? You didn't even tell me. The Violet Fairy pinched Ruoxian Lin's beautiful face. She was really shocked by the law of time that Ruoxian Lin displayed at this time. Then she couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the descendant who inherited the bloodline of Big Brother and Little E. She's too freakish. In the past, she knew that Ruoxian Lin was very powerful. Her cultivation aptitude could be said to be truly heaven-defying. But now, she realized that she had still underestimated this little niece. She actually even controlled time. At this time, the long river of time jumped behind Ruoxian Lin. It was faintly discernible and interweaved with astonishing fluctuations of time. Affected by this, the flow of time on Misty Mountain couldn't help but jump and become somewhat unstable. Mother, you all don't have to worry. Ruoxian Lin will destroy all those people in the past. I won't let Father in the past be hurt in the slightest. Ruoxian Lin promised. Wu Yi said softly, if you go back in the past, you can borrow the divine sword in your father's sea of consciousness. That sword is very strong. Although your father still can't fully control it, in the past era, that sword wasn't as strong as it is now. In addition, you have your father's pure bloodline, and your cultivation isn't weak. In the past, you should be able to summon that sword. It was rare for her to say so much. As for the situation of the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, she naturally knew. Ruoxian Lin, Jiyu, and the Violet Fairy also knew. Lin Tian didn't hide this matter from them. I know, Mother. Ruoxian Lin nodded. Then, on this day, she set off from Misty Mountain and used the law of time to reverse time. She stepped into the long river of time and returned to the past. Immortal Court, inside the Immortal Emperor Divine Pagoda, outside Lin Tian's body, strands of divine radiance jumped. As time passed, they became denser and denser, and her essence, energy, and spirit became stronger and stronger. Just like that, another 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months later, on this day, thunder rumbled in the sky above the Immortal Court. An aura of destruction covered the sky and covered the earth. The immortal soldiers and generals of the Immortal Court couldn't help but tremble. Then, in the next moment, the destructive aura became faint, and the lightning in the sky dissipated. On the platform in the Immortal Emperor Divine Pagoda, Lin Tian opened his eyes. I have 7 days to prepare for the tribulation, he muttered to himself. After 5 months of seclusion, he finally broke through from the half-step Divine Emperor Realm to the Divine Emperor Realm and attracted the lightning tribulation of the Divine Emperor Realm. Then he quickly withdrew from the Divine Emperor Realm, causing the lightning tribulation to dissipate. Then he stood up from the platform, stretched his muscles, and walked out of the Immortal Emperor Divine Pagoda. Father. As soon as he walked out of the Immortal Emperor Pagoda, a figure rushed over. It was Ruoxian Lin. At the same time, Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others were also here. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Why was Wu Yi and the others waiting outside the Immortal Emperor Divine Pagoda when he was in seclusion this time? It wasn't like this in the past. Your daughter did a big thing and went back to protect you. I killed all those despicable old fools in the past. Awesome, right? Ruoxian Lin hugged Lin Tian's arm and said, as if she was asking for credit, time flowed differently in different eras. Previously, she had returned to the past from Ethereal Mountain to protect Lin Tian's infant body, killing the godly king of destruction and the others. She had already succeeded in returning to the current era a month ago. What? Chapter 1947. Lin Tian had a strange expression on his face. His daughter's words made him confused. What did she mean? It's like this. God King of Destruction and God King of Darkness couldn't beat you in the modern era. So, the 5 Elements crocodile opened its mouth and briefly explained what happened. Lin Tian was immediately moved. When he was in seclusion to break through to the Divine Emperor Realm, God King of Destruction and the others did not hesitate to take such a risk and enter the forbidden area. They ran to the past to kill him before he had grown up. How audacious! After that, he was shocked by another matter as he stared unblinkingly at Lin Ruoxian. Wasn't this daughter of his 2-demon level? She actually controlled time. It was said that no one had ever been able to control this eternal divine Tao before. How is it, Daddy? Am I very powerful? Ruoxian Lin spoke again. She hugged Lin Tian's arm to show off. She continued, Actually, those old fools are very strong. Ordinary divine kings with king physique are no match for them. However, they jumped into the river of time. That is my main battlefield. Even if I am only in the early stage of the divine king physique, even if they are stronger than some divine kings with king physique, they still can't beat me there. Moreover, I borrowed that divine sword from my father in the past. Even if there were thousands of them, I would still destroy them all. She had inherited Wu Yi's peerless talent and could be said to be born for cultivation. At the same time, she had also inherited Wu Yi's peerless beauty. Other than Wu Yi, no one could compare to her in terms of looks. However, her personality was completely different from Wu Yi's. At this time, she was hugging Lin Tian's arm and talking about the battle with God of Destruction and the others in the past. She was very domineering. Lin Tian was originally very surprised, but when he heard his precious daughter talk about going back to the past to fight with the God King of Destruction and the other 7 and saw her playful and domineering attitude, he could not help but feel like laughing. Amazing, my daughter is the best. He laughed. Then he looked at Yenya, and sincerely thanked her. This time, if Yenya had not deduced the whereabouts of the godly King of Destruction and the others, he would have been finished. If his past self was killed, his present self would have disappeared as well. This was because the past had too much of an influence on the present and future. At the same time, if he disappeared and died, Ruoxian would also suffer and disappear into thin air. It could be said that this time Yenya had saved their family. This kindness was too great, and it was almost impossible to repay. At the same time, he finally understood why Wu Yijiu and the others were waiting outside the Immortal Emperor Divine Pagoda, where he was in seclusion. It turned out that such a major event had happened while he was in seclusion, and this, naturally, made him feel very warm. Let's have a meal together later, he said with a smile. With their current cultivation, they did not need to eat or drink. Their bodies automatically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain their eternal lives. However, he still said this because his first homeland was Earth. According to the customs of his first homeland, if there was something worth celebrating, it would be a gathering of family and friends for a meal. On this day, in a small courtyard deep in the immortal court, many dishes were placed on a spiritual wood table. They were all personally cooked by him. He did not instruct anyone else in the immortal court. When he grew up in his first homeland, his culinary skills were considered very good. Oh, right, Father! I went back to the past and saw Grandmaster and Grand Tutor's wife. Ruoxian leaned against Lin Tian. When Lin Tian's master, an old drunkard, was mentioned, her big eyes were full of admiration. I heard Auntie and the other ladies mention Grandmaster before. They said that he was very powerful. This time, I was lucky to see Grandmaster fight for Father. He killed a few ancient emperors. He was really powerful. Too powerful. He really had the aura of invincibility. As she spoke, she shrunk her neck and continued. Moreover, the most important thing is that Grand Master's divine instinct is too exaggerated. It's simply not like a human's. This time, when I returned to the past, under the situation where I didn't have a surface identity when Grand Master first saw me, he seemed to have discovered that I wasn't from that era. You must know that when I went back to that era, Grandmaster's cultivation was only at the Emperor realm, but I was at the Divine King realm. Moreover, I also controlled the laws of time and had the protection of the Divine King realm's laws of time. However, under those circumstances, I could not hide from Grandmaster. However, Grandmaster did not point it out at that time. I guess he must have noticed that I had no ill intentions towards Father at that time, so I would not be a threat to Father's safety if I stayed by Father's side. After speaking, she took a small sip of tea. Originally there was wine here. However, Wu Yi did not allow her to drink. Hearing her say this, Lin Tian could not help but be moved. Ruoxian went back to the past and saw an old drunkard fight. An old drunkard from the past could tell that she was not from that era? This was a little too exaggerated. In the past era, the difference in cultivation was so great. You even had the protection of the laws of time. How could he tell? Wuxing Crocodile widened its eyes. Although it always knew that Lin Tian's master was very abnormal and terrifyingly strong, it still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when it heard Lin Ruoxian say such a thing. This was simply abnormal beyond its imagination. Lin Tian was shocked for a while. Then, she suddenly thought of another matter. Looking at her precious daughter sitting next to her, she said strangely, "From the moment I stepped on the path of cultivation until now, I remember clearly how many times your Grandmaster fought for me. It seems that you have never been by his side? What's going on?" The past could affect the present world. Ruoxian went back to the past and protected him when he was still very weak, sniping the god of destruction and the others. Then he must have experienced such things back then. When he was still very weak, he saw Ruoxian. But why did he have no memory of this at all? Because Father dotes on me very much. Lin Ruoxian hugged his arm, smiling very sweetly and obediently as she said, "When your daughter fought with those old fools in the past era, your daughter had assumed her identity to my father back then. After the battle ended, my father at that time considered the causality of time in different eras. In order not to affect your daughter's safety, he said that he would erase all memories of seeing your daughter back then from his sea of consciousness. Your daughter believes that after your daughter left that era, my father erased all memories of seeing your daughter back then from his sea of consciousness." As she spoke, she continued, "At that time, Uncle E and Senior Yi Tong were also there. Now, Uncle E has no impression of me. Presumably, he also erased the memory of me at that time. Senior Yi Tong should have done the same thing." P.S. Ruoxian went back to the past era. An old drunkard at that time did indeed see that Ruoxian was not from that era at a glance. It was mentioned in the previous chapter, but it was quite obscure. Everyone may not have noticed it. You can look back and read Chapter 989 carefully. You should be able to find it. Chapter 1948. Ruoxianlin said, briefly telling him about the battle with the god of destruction and the others in the past. Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. "The sixth heaven at that time? Did I erase my memory of that battle, and you?" A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Later on, I always felt that I seemed to have forgotten a very important person. It turns out that it was you. Wuxing Crocodile also stared at him. It turns out that you said you forgot a very important person at that time. Moreover, at that time, some special things about the 10 heavens suddenly appeared in our sea of consciousness. There are other worlds outside the 10 heavens, and there are other realms after the Emperor realm. It turns out that it was little niece who told us about them. After that, it continued. Also, when we first met Miss Wu Yi in the 7th heaven, no wonder you said that you seem to have seen her before. It must be because you have seen little niece before. Although you erased your memory and don't remember little niece who returned at that time, subconsciously, you still have some vague impressions of her. Both the man and the crocodile had a surprised expression. Time is really a wonderful thing. Lin Tian smiled. Some of the doubts in the past were solved at this time, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. On this day, a group of people gathered together, and there was warmth and laughter. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. On this day, Lin Tian borrowed 1,000 snow from Wu Yi, and then left the 10 heavens, preparing to transcend his tribulation in the starry sky. 1,000 snow was Wu Yi's divine origin weapon. containing infinite power of order. It can definitely block his divine emperor tribulation easily. Daddy, daughter will go too. Ruo Xianlin hugged Lin Tian's arm, wanting to see Lin Tian transcend his tribulation. Okay. Lin Tian smiled. On this day, he took his precious daughter to the starry sky. After an hour, he found a desolate planet in the starry sky, and then directly broke through to the divine emperor realm. Suddenly, with a boom, the sky trembled, and a huge black vortex appeared. Endless blood-red lightning interweaved within it. Each bolt was like a blood-red dragon, as if it could destroy everything. How terrifying! As strong as Ruoxian was, she could not help but shrink back when facing Lin Tian's God-Emperor tribulation. However, while she was a little shocked, there was a strange light in her eyes and some excitement. That was because even though she knew that her father was extraordinary and that he was the strongest reincarnated being in the legends, and that every time he crossed a big realm after the airborne realm, he would trigger the lightning punishment of the heavenly tribulation. However, she had never seen her father go through the heavenly tribulation with her own eyes. She was naturally very surprised to see it this time. Boom! The sky was shaking. The deity emperor level thunder punishment rolled. A black vortex stretched across the sky. The blood-red lightning continued to wreak havoc. Lin Tian was in the center of the heavenly tribulation, and he could feel how terrifying his godly emperor tribulation was. He immediately summoned Qian Xue to protect her. It was also at this moment that a thunderous boom rang out as boundless lightning punishment descended. The first round of lightning punishment directly descended, drowning out all directions. Qian Xue emitted a gentle light. Even though it was only a quasi-divine royal weapon, its power was far beyond that of a quasi-divine royal weapon. Lin Tian did not use it to attack. It only emitted a gentle light to protect his body, and it directly shattered the first round of lightning punishment. It also protected this desolate planet that had no life. It's really strong, Lin Tian said to himself. Boom! Just as he was talking to himself, thunder boomed in the sky. The second round of lightning punishment struck straight down. This round of lightning punishment was much stronger than the first. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, Qian Xue still shattered it easily. Qian Xue, who was emitting a gentle light, was like a divine instrument that set the sky. It seemed that no power could do anything to it. Lin Tian stood inside the protective light curtain created by Qian Xue. He took out the immortal Emperor Pagoda and used the lightning punishment in the sky to continue forging his original divine weapon. After that, thunder boomed unceasingly. Round after round of lightning punishment struck down. After a few hours, his godly emperor tribulation dispersed. The sky became bright again. 7-colored, auspicious clouds appeared and floated over. The rainbow-colored, auspicious clouds were a gift from the heavenly tribulation. They contained boundless might. Lin Tian immediately circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to refine the rainbow-colored divine light and consolidate his current cultivation, causing his essence, energy, and soul to become more and more stable. Then, after a quarter of an hour, the 7-colored, auspicious clouds dispersed and disappeared. Initial godly emperor realm. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by divine light. His eyes were bright. He clenched his fists and sensed how strong he was now. He had become a godly emperor realm cultivator and had undergone a great change. With his current fighting capabilities, even though he was only at the initial godly emperor realm, he was strong enough to dominate this realm. Ordinary godly emperors would not be able to stop him. Congratulations, Dad, for reaching the godly emperor realm. Ruo Xianlin jumped over from afar. Lin Tian smiled. Then he reconstructed the immortal Emperor Pagoda with his mind. At this time, as he reached the godly emperor realm, the immortal Emperor Pagoda turned into a godly emperor weapon. The lightning seals on it were even more majestic. Let's go back. He smiled and called out to Ruoxian Lin. They left the desolate star and returned to the 10 Directions ancient star in a short time. He went to the Celestial Lyceum immediately. Wu Yi and the others were still there. With a whoosh, Qianxue rushed out of his body and returned to Wu Yi. Brother, you've reached the godly emperor realm. Not bad. Your cultivation is even higher than little Yi's. Ziling said. Wuxing Crocodile sneered. It's useless to have a high cultivation. If we fight, I'm sure you'll be defeated easily. Lin Tian raised his hand, sending it flying with a slap. What kind of nonsense was this? Then he looked at Wu Yi and told Wu Yi about the ancient site he found in the godly king of destruction's sea of consciousness. He asked Wu Yi to go with him and see what he could learn from the ancient site. A super ancient site? Did those 7 old fogies discover such an extraordinary place? Their strength increased greatly in just 2 or 3 months. They found a quasi-god emperor weapon, and they only excavated less than 3% of the ancient site. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened in shock. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Violet Fairy Jiu and the others could not help but be shocked. They felt that the ancient site was really amazing. It sounds amazing. Ruoxian Lin wants to go too. Lin Ruoxian said, her eyes shining brightly, looking like she was about to make a move. Wu Yi looked at her gently and asked Lin Tian, shall we go now? Well, let's go now. There's nothing special here. Lin Tian smiled. Chapter 1949. After leaving the 10 Directions ancient star, Lin Tianyi and the others moved very quickly. Not long after, they entered the starry sky and entered the celestial realm. That ancient site was located in a vast desert in the celestial realm. I haven't been to the celestial realm for a long time. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Then he revealed a sinister smile. Speaking of which, back in the celestial realm, the Jia clan, He clan, and the other clans had caused trouble for us. Why don't we pay them a visit? The trip it spoke of was naturally not a simple trip. It wanted to teach those big clans a lesson. There's no need. Don't bother with them. Lin Tiandao. There were dozens of king prefectures in the celestial realm. Back then, the Jia clan and He clan of these prefectures had caused trouble for them and hunted them down. In the celestial realm of this era, they were considered quite powerful forces. However, these powers that could be considered quite powerful in the immortal realms were simply too weak when compared to the current Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian. After all, the strongest experts from these clans were only at the immortal king realm. As for Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian, the weakest among them was a heavenly deity. These powers could no longer enter their eyes. Now, they were like giant elephants, and those clans were like ants. Giant elephants like them no longer needed to deliberately step on those small ants. Of course, the most important thing was that although those clans had caused trouble for them, they did not suffer at all. On the contrary, those clans had suffered at their hands time and time again. Their divine sons and saint sons were all killed by them. He called out to Wu Yi and the others. They moved along a fixed direction and tore open spatial passageways time and time again to move. After that, half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Half a day passed. On this day, he led the group and appeared in a desert in the southeastern part of the celestial realm. The desert was vast and boundless. It was at least tens of millions of times larger than the total area of the 10 Directions ancient star. There was yellow sand everywhere. He led the group into the desert and soon arrived at the center of the desert. We're here, he said. The ancient site found in the godly king of destruction's consciousness was located at this place. He brought Wu Yi, Jiyu, and the others to this place. The godly emperor level divine power surged, and the surrounding space suddenly distorted. Not long after, a crack appeared, and waves of terrifying cold air came out from it. It was as if the 9 underworlds were behind it. The ancient ruins weren't exposed to the world, but rather hidden within the void. Because countless years had passed, a crack coincidentally appeared in the nearby void. It was discovered by the divine king of destruction, who had descended to the celestial realm from the lower realm. After that, he entered the crack and discovered many strange objects. The last time, the godly king of destruction and the rest of the 7 left the ancient site. They were worried that others would discover the ancient site, so they used their godly king-level divine power to seal the crack. If one didn't come to this place and didn't possess divine power that surpassed the godly king level, no one would discover it. Back then, he had searched the divine king of destruction's consciousness and learned everything. Now that he had appeared here, with his divine emperor-level strength, he could easily erase the seal left behind by the divine king of destruction, causing the crack to reappear. Come, let's go in. He beckoned Wu Yi and the others to go in. He was the last to step in. Then, like the divine king of destruction and the others, he sealed the crack again to prevent the aura of the ancient site from continuing to leak out and attract other experts. As they stepped into the crack, the scene in front of them changed instantly. The space was dark and gloomy. Huge palaces were connected to each other, and all of them were made of ancient stone materials. There was an incomparably shocking aura of time flowing around them. This group of palaces has existed for at least tens of millions of years. Ruo Xinlin was shocked. She controlled time and was very sensitive to it. She was shocked by the aura of time here. So long! The group, except for Wu Yi, were all shocked. 10 million years was definitely a terrifying number. This place had existed for at least 10 million years. This was really frightening. No matter how long it has existed, let's go in. Lin Tiandao. This group of palaces was completely connected. He walked at the front and led the group through the stone door. Inside the stone palace, the air was cold and gloomy. The space was even gloomier. There were wisps of black fog floating in the air. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Something rushed over from the front. It had a pair of blood-red eyes and a rotten body. The aura of death was very strong. It was a dead creature that was comparable to a mystic, immortal expert. Lin Tian raised his hand and smashed it with a slap. Black blood splattered, emitting a foul smell. Practically as soon as he killed this undead creature, a dense mass of blood, red eyes lit up in the darkness ahead. An extremely large number of similar undead creatures charged over from the front. It was like an army of death, and every single one of these undead creatures was comparable to a mysterious, immortal realm cultivator. There are so many dead creatures and such a strong aura. Could this ancient site be a super ancient tomb? Wuxing Crocodile was moved. It is indeed a tomb. Lin Tiandao. From the godly king of destruction's consciousness, this ancient site was indeed suspected to be a super ancient tomb. As he said this, golden pure yang flame appeared outside his body. It turned into a golden sea of fire that surged forward. In the blink of an eye, all the dead creatures were annihilated. Not even the black blood was left behind. They were all incinerated. Let's go, he said, and led the way into the depths of the ancient tomb. After that, as they moved forward, they encountered many more dead creatures. There were even existences comparable to the heavenly god tier. However, they were nothing and were easily dealt with by him. After all, he was now in the divine emperor realm. After that, it did not take long before many Tao patterns appeared in front of them. They were intertwined with a very shocking, killing intent. These Tao patterns, Wuxing Crocodile could not help but be shocked. The killing intent of these Tao patterns was so strong that it could threaten a divine emperor expert. At the same time, Ruo Xinlin, Violet Fairy, Shui, and the others were also moved. These are naturally born marks. At the same time, they are intertwined with other forces from the void. It's terrifying. Lin Tiandao. He cultivated the dragon burial scripture. At this time, he saw through everything at a glance. Then he roughly understood that the supreme god king of destruction and the others should have reached here and could not go any further. Do you have a way to solve this? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Yes. Lin Tiandao. If he was in the Divine King realm, he might not be able to do anything about these Tao patterns. However, now that he had the support of a divine emperor and the dragon burial scripture, it was not difficult to solve this. In the end, when these Tao patterns were combined, it was equivalent to a shocking layout of heaven and earth. It was not difficult for him. Immediately, strands of dragon marks gushed out from the soles of his feet and spread to the Tao patterns. In the blink of an eye, all the Tao patterns disappeared. The intertwined, killing intent also disappeared. Father is so powerful. Ruoxian Lin smiled. She also cultivated the dragon burial scripture. However, her cultivation was not as good as Lin Tian's. Although she saw through the situation, she did not have the ability to solve it. Lin Tianyi smiled and continued to lead the way. Soon, they were very far away. At this time, a stone room appeared in front of them. The stone door of the stone room was opened casually. There were many elixir bottles in the room. They were scattered around, and some of them were even on the ground. Chapter 1950. In the stone room, there were piles of jade pill bottles scattered around. Lin Tian scanned them with his divine will and immediately discovered that the Baodan pills in these bottles were all extraordinary. There were Wind Snow Divine Soul pills, 9 Turns Extreme Een pills, Ice Phoenix pills, and so on. Every single one of these Baodan pills was shockingly valuable. They were even useful to ordinary godly kings. Because of this, he felt that this super ancient tomb was far too extraordinary. There were so many precious Baodan piled up here. It felt like these precious Baodan pills were useless trash. We've struck it rich. Wuxing Crocodile naturally recognized these Baodan pills. His eyes lit up and he almost drooled. This is really, Bai Qiu stared. Shui, Yi, Sushu, and the others were shocked as well. There were so many Baodan pills here. Together, it was definitely a shocking treasure trove. Ruoxian Lin was also shocked. Just these Baodan pills alone, she said. The ladies' aunts, Uncle Master Ya, Uncle Master Ziwa, Uncle E, Uncle Tai Chu, and Senior Sister AI can all reach the godly king realm. The Baodan pills here were far too extraordinary. Moreover, there were so many of them that no one knew how many there were. Lin Tian took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he said to Ji Yu and the others, "You guys choose the Baodan pills here that can increase your cultivation. Wu Yi, Ruoxian, and I will protect you." Okay. The group nodded and immediately got to work. Even little Tai Chu, who had the primordial immortal empire, was no exception. Soon, they picked out many immortal pills and precious medicines that could increase their cultivation and began to refine and absorb them in the stone room. For a moment, various divine lights and demonic lights intersected in this place. The group's essence, chi, and spirit rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Over the past 6 months, waves of powerful divine might surged within the stone chamber. Ji Yu, Sushu, Shui Yi, Bai Qiu, Lin Shi, the Violet Fairy, Ziyu Yanyer, AI, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu had all reached the Divine King realm. Moreover, there are many treasured medicines that could stabilize the foundations of cultivation in the stone room. When they broke through to God King, they refined the treasured medicines that could stabilize their foundations, so their current God King cultivation was extremely stable. There were also some treasured medicines that could strengthen the souls of God Kings. They had refined some of them as well, and they were quite effective. Ruoxian Lin was also in the Divine King realm, at the early Divine King realm. However, she had been in this realm for hundreds of years, so she was very stable in all aspects. The Baodan here was useless to her. As for Wu Yi, it was needless to say. Although he was in the half-step divine emperor realm, he couldn't even compare to a divine emperor in all aspects. He had no use for the Baodan. Lin Tian waved his hand and collected all the remaining Baodan in the stone chamber. There were still many of them left. These Baodan were useless to them now, but they were of great significance to the immortal court. If they brought these Baodan back to the immortal court would have at least 1,000 divine kings in a short period of time. 1,000 divine kings! This was enough to make the immortal court the number one inheritance in the immortal domain. It was even more powerful than the Lord Theological Seminary. What kind of existence is this ancient tomb? This is simply too frightening. There's actually a pile of immortal pills and precious medicines in the stone room that is casually opened. Whooshing Crocodile was both excited and shocked. It's a little scary. Even the Violet Fairy said so. Lin Tian was naturally surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. He called the group and continued to go deeper. As they went deeper into the ancient tomb, the air became gloomier and the black fog became thicker. More terrifying, undead creatures appeared. None of them were weak, and the aura of death they exuded was as oppressive as a stormy sea. However, this was nothing. Lin Tianxing was at the front. As a godly emperor, he activated the Five Thunders Sky Shock incantation, a divine skill that specialized in restraining evil and undead creatures. He easily crushed all the dead souls. Not long after, another stone chamber appeared in front of them. There were many ancient books in it, all of which were cultivation methods. Moreover, these cultivation methods were amazing. The group glanced at them. Except for Wu Yi, everyone else was shocked. Among them, there were even saint-grade ancient scriptures and saint-grade divine arts. This is really, Whooshing Crocodile opened his eyes wide. The value of these ancient scriptures was too great. Bring them all back and fill them in the Immortal Court's scripture depository. Lin Tian started to collect all the ancient scriptures. For the Immortal Court, this was another great treasure. As for the group, each of them had an extraordinary ancient scripture. Lin Tian himself, Jiyu, Sushu, Shui, Baiqiu, Linshi, and Ruoxianlin all cultivated the ancient scriptures of the 9 celestial lords. Lin Tian had also taught Ziwe and Yenya, or the Taiyin ancient scripture. Those 9 people's ancient scriptures were extraordinary, definitely not inferior to saint-grade ancient scriptures. Little Taichu's ancient scripture was left by the ancestor of the immortal spirit imperial family. It was compatible with the bloodline of the immortal spirit imperial family. It was far superior to saint-grade ancient scriptures. Violet Fairy's void god slaying Tao was very powerful and domineering. The more she cultivated it, the more terrifying it was. There was no need to change to another ancient scripture. AI's master was Wu Yi, so her ancient scripture was naturally not bad. Whooshing Crocodile's ancient scripture was found in a dark gorge. It was also very exquisite. Like little Taichu, that cultivation method was very compatible with its bloodline. It had always thought that it was left by the Whooshing Crocodile's crocodile ancestor. It was also because of this that it often talked about the crocodile ancestor. Wu Yi, on the other hand, had no need to change to another ancient scripture. There's no need to change our ancient scriptures. However, we can comprehend the divine powers and secret arts in the future. There's absolutely no harm in cultivating a few more divine powers and secret arts. It's extraordinary, Lin Tian said. After that, he called the group and continued to go deeper. Then, in the blink of an eye, more than 6 hours passed. When they turned a corner, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. They actually appeared in a strange, large space. Around them were mountains connected to each other. Dried bones were everywhere on the ground. It was like the legendary underworld. Boom! In the distance, in a huge mountain, a wave of death surged. It was as black as ink, and a blood-red eye opened in it. It was cold and terrifying. It stared at Lin Tian and the others. It seemed to have sensed the aura of living people on them. The next moment, there was another rumble. Behind the huge mountain, the blood-red eye in the wave of death moved and rushed out. It was a huge demon bird with black wings. The aura of death was extremely terrifying. It pounced on Lin Tian and the others. It's comparable to the divine emperor realm. Whooshing Crocodile stared.